Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1581 of the War News stream. And tonight we have very big news coming out of Russia, and it's not going good for Vladimir Putin today. We are currently seeing that Russia is struggling as Crimea is under a brand new major Ukrainian assault, but with drones and missiles, and we're seeing destruction all over the place, including near the Kerch bridge yet again. We're also getting some very groundbreaking news today that Moscow's preparing for a covert attack, maybe like some sort of Ukrainian covert attack in the capital city. And apparently they're banning gasoline trucks from going in there. And we're also seeing that China is coming to Putin's rescue at least a little bit, and they're starting to deliver gasoline to Russia in a huge convoy of trucks. But it's good to see you all once again.
And, of course, we're going to be covering the past 48 hours of news from around the world as we have been able to hear of significant developments, particularly in the war in Ukraine, Western Europe, the Middle East, and East Asia, as well as the United States of America over the past 48 hours. As we have been able to hear that at this moment today, significant drone strikes have once again been conducted by the armed forces of Ukraine against the Russian Federation's forces inside of Crimea. It can almost be described as a near systematic destruction of all long-range logistics and supply lines within the peninsula, as further railroad and road bridges have been targeted and destroyed in the overnight hours just over the past day. Over the past 48 hours, we have been able to see that the Ukrainians have once again conducted another attack near to the area of the Kerch bridge, which is suggesting that at this moment, the Ukrainians are vying for and attempting to target and destroy the Kerch bridge, which is the last reliable supply connection, or really road connection and railroad connection, to the area of Crimea. At the same time, the Russian occupational authorities have stated that rolling blackouts will be becoming a common occurrence within the oblast, and we've also been able to hear that the summer in Crimea and the summer of fun for the Russians has ended as the Crimeans' largely summer of suffering has begun at the hands of the Ukrainian armed forces, as we are now hearing that major tourist hubs and destinations of Sevastopol are being ordered shut down by occupational authorities due to the ongoing crisis and collapse of all supplies and supply lines within the area. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that that supplies inside the mainland of the Russian Federation also appear to be running extremely low as well, almost running what we can describe as paper-thin margins for the larger part throughout most of the country. Fuel prices have skyrocketed in most every oblast inside of the Western Russian Federation, and we're also seeing that fuel shortages have now reached the farthest east city in Russia, generally not even a part of the Russian Federation in terms of its supply routes, Vladivostok, which is now also suffering from significant fuel shortages as well. Prices have leaped over the weekend from around $5 a gallon in most places in the Russian Federation to around the price today, roughly about $7.40 a gallon inside of the whole of Western Russia. We've also been able to see that grocery stores and their shelves are running extremely low, practically bare at this point, due to the supplies and also supply lines also collapsing due to the price of diesel and gas, and we've also seen that as a result of this, many Russians are attempting to see if they can find creative solutions for the ongoing problems that they have and woes of finding gas that they can afford. We've also been able to see the Ukrainian armed forces have been stopping the Russian Federation along most of the front lines today, and as of right now, there is only 2 days left to the Zelensky deadline and ultimatum given to the Republic of Belarus to remove the repeaters from the border area. Otherwise, the Ukrainians are going to strike the Belarusians and destroy the repeaters that are helping for the Russians to direct their drone attacks along the northern parts of Ukraine. Additionally, the German 45th Panzer Brigade has continued to deploy into Lithuania well ahead of schedule, according to the Lithuanian Ministry of Defense and the German Ministry of Defense, which is going to become the first permanent overseas deployment of a German brigade on foreign territory in the entirety of Germany's history, save for some parts of 1940 that we're not going to talk about. We've also been able to hear that apparently the Deutsche Bahn has suffered a significant collapse today of its timetables and railroad schedule within the area of the Federal Republic of Germany due to some sort of an incident that's occurring on their radio signal broadcasting infrastructure that is used for the railways, which we believe and are covering because it may possibly be some form of a German, more so a Russian cyber attack against critical German infrastructure of the German state railways. We've also been able to hear that within London, significant news came out that the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer, did resign on Monday, ending 2 years of what can be described as a fairly controversial leadership of the United Kingdom in both domestic and foreign policy. We've also been able to hear that in other developments in Switzerland, the U.S. negotiations with the Islamic Republic of Iran have been continuing, although they can only be described as a grind forward. We have seen that the United States, in the meantime, has given the Iranians a 60-day waiver to sell their oil around the world however they would generally wish, which is most likely going to produce about $10 billion or more in profits for the Islamic Republic's radical regime. We've also been able to see that additionally, there has been an interesting story that has come out from one of the pilots of the F-15E that was shot down over the area of Avaj, or the Khuzestan province of southwestern Iran, where they stated that it appeared that the Iranians may have had some form of an advanced drone air defense network. We've also been able to hear of other significant developments within the Middle East as well, and the Taiwanese are in the midst of currently conducting a 5-day force preparedness exercise to be able to deal with the eventuality of a possible Chinese landing or an attempted war with the Republic of China on the island of Taiwan. And in other news, we've also been able to hear that the Chinese are now attempting to provide refined fuels and gas and diesel into the Russian Federation, according to video and picture evidence that we have today from the area of the border region. We're going to be making sure to get into each and every single bit of this news, starting with our largest stories first and moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night, but we have breaking news that is happening on air right now. And so, Matthew, what do we got on that before we get into our normal breaking news?
All right, so let's kick off our news segment with some breaking news that's happening right at the very beginning of the stream. I love it when it happens this way, so we get to say we have breaking news right at the very start almost every single night these days. But right now we are getting word that after the major aerial assault that Ukraine conducted on Crimea, which is now being called the island or Isle of Crimea, depending on who you ask, we're now hearing of a major power outage across the entire city of Sevastopol, Russia, and apparently that just happened about 20 minutes ago. Civilians are being told not to panic because you're saying that's what the enemy is counting on. So they're telling people to conserve their phone batteries and basically go into hiding in their houses and wait for the power to come back on. So we don't know the timeline for how long the power is going to be out in Sevastopol, but that is a very big deal because once again that indicates that Russia is not able to keep their infrastructure online throughout these attacks. And not only that, but Sevastopol serves as a major naval hub for the Russians, including their command structure, which they still have a skeleton crew there, by the the way. They recently got a whole bunch of commanders out and evacuated them, but they still have quite a few there as a skeleton crew. So right now, chaos in Sevastopol, to say the least. Also, I'm getting some preliminary reports that the Russians are not adhering to the mandate of calm, and apparently some people are freaking out from the looks of it. So that's the breaking news right now. Currently chaos in Crimea.
This is actually worse than we had as a report from yesterday, as we did get to confirm in yesterday's short war video that power outages and blackouts were beginning to occur within Crimea, but it was not affecting the entirety of the city-wide area of Sevastopol. It was only affecting certain parts of the city. It appears that as of this post today, the rolling blackouts are now affecting the entirety of the city at large, and not a single substation or substation region is being left unaffected at this point by these power outages that are now occurring on a regular basis within Sevastopol and the rest of the major cities of Crimea. We're going to be making sure to get into this news in greater detail later on tonight, but it is time for us, folks, to move on into all of our major breaking news, starting with our largest story, which is in Crimea today, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. Moving us on into that biggest story, we were able to hear that the Crimean Peninsula has come under significant attack once more today, and it does appear that as of this moment, most supply lines are under complete collapse at this moment within the area of Crimea, much like we've generally understood over the past few days, but the Ukrainians are continuing systematic attacks against critical bridge works and other infrastructure items throughout the entirety of Crimea to further deprive the Russians of any possibility of creating a usable supply route or supply network back into Crimea to be able to try and alleviate the crisis or the extremely dire situation that we're now seeing throughout the entirety of the peninsula. To get y'all into some of our largest news that we've seen so far, the Ukrainian armed forces have continued to conduct attacks against the pontoon bridge at Chanhar, which, surprisingly, according to the videos that the armed forces of Ukraine has put out, appears to have been repaired and put back into operation again. This is actually the third time that the bridge has been put into operation. There was a first time that the pontoon bridge was laid out, which was about a week and a half ago. It was then hit and destroyed largely by a Ukrainian attack 2 days later. The Russians then repaired the pontoon bridge, apparently filling in the holes and also pumping out the water from the pontoon bridge segment, refloated it, and then the Ukrainians destroyed it another 36 hours later. Now it appears that somehow the Russians have filled in the punctures in the pontoon bridge for the second time around, pumped the water out, refloated the pontoon, and we saw that the Ukrainians hit it again and were destroying the supply trucks that were attempting to cross it, including these right here. Just to confirm for y'all really quickly, to show y'all the geographical area, to confirm that this is within the area of the Chanhar Gap, that right there that we're seeing is the Chanhar Bridge. They set up the pontoon bridge right in between the former road bridge, which is now unusable and has been unusable for decades, and also the new Chanhar Gap Bridge, which we can see right here. The pontoon bridge is right about in the middle, and if you look right here, you can actually see the entrance to the old abandoned bridge, the new bridge over here, which has suffered enough damage that it's largely been knocked out of action, and the pontoon bridge that is saddling the middle. I don't know how the Russians have repaired this thing twice over now. We have visually confirmed its destruction on satellite and Ukrainian drone footage twice at this point, and the Russians seem to either be bringing in new pontoon bridges or repairing this one and refloating it to keep it operational. Still, the Ukrainians are knocking out its operational capacity for the larger part and are in fact hitting and destroying the supply trucks before they can even make it across the pontoon bridge. We can also see that other supply trucks that were fortunate enough to make it into Crimea proper are also being targeted, observed, and destroyed by the Ukrainian drone forces as they try and alleviate the stricken situation within the whole of the peninsula, including a wild one right here. This is actually probably the most interesting clip that we have from Crimea, this one here. This is a Russian convoy escort right here behind this Kamaz. And we've actually talked about this on the last show on Sunday and in the short war video yesterday about how these Russian mobile air defense groups that are attempting to escort these convoys appear to largely be ineffective. We can actually see that near to the end of the clip when the drone is about to hit the supply truck, the mobile fire groups literally jump out of the vehicle and just run away, completely leaving the vehicle to its fate to be destroyed by the drone forces of Ukraine. Here's the clip showing the drone coming in. We can see that they are firing the machine guns from the back of the truck, but then he literally picks up and runs off. Like, the supply situation is so bad that any tonnage of supplies that can make it through to where it's supposed to be at this point is quite literally going to be saving the lives of the Russian army and the people inside of Crimea. Yet, even with that in mind, the Russian army can't even man the machine guns until the last minute to be able to try and defend against the Ukrainian drone, and even the gunner packed up and ran for the hills as soon as the drone was about a half-kilometer away from the truck. We can then see all of the gunners running into the tree line as the drone beelines right to the Kamaz.
There they go. They know it's ineffective too. Like we were saying that before, that this whole idea of sending out guys with machine guns and pickup trucks is not going to work effectively. I think even the Russian soldiers, which are poorly trained and largely incompetent, they even know it's futile. So they're like, hell, we're not risking our life over this. We're running off for the hills.
Yeah, I think that's really what it is, because also it looked like his gunnery skills were very poor, because we can see that the whole time he's firing, it doesn't really appear that it appears, at least relative to the drone, that he's adjusting the aim of the guns whatsoever. He's basically just firing into the same spot in the air as it's coming in, so it looks like it was going to obviously be a pretty bad miss. But then he decided, while the drone, mind you all folks, at the distance reading here, is a half-kilometer away, so this thing is still 1,700 feet or so away from the truck, this guy just decided that it truly was hopeless, and he hopped off of the truck and ran away while it's 1,700 feet away. That's 1,700 feet of room that this guy had to attempt to shoot it down, and he didn't even try even then. He just bailed out and left the truck to its fate. But getting us on into that next clip after this hit, we were able to see that another truck that appears to have had an electronic warfare jammer or two mounted onto the hood, those appear to have been ineffective and were also destroyed. We can also see another.
Are you sure? Are you sure that was electronic warfare? That looked like an upside down trash can glued to the top of the cab. Like that. I mean, what even is that?
Generally, Russian electronic warfare does look like dustbins that have been flipped over. Like, it kind of does look like that. So I'm assuming that they're electronic warfare systems. It could just
Man,
be.
I think there might be vodka under that thing. I think it might be stashing their vodka up there.
Oh, yes. Synaptic warfare. like it's that old brain tickler right there. The old vodka bleed. But we can see them also showing more supply caches that were hit. We can also see this ancient Kraz, if I'm not mistaken, getting hit and destroyed as well. Also showing how stretched the Russians are for conventional supply trucks. We can also see one of the supply trucks burning at the entrance of the pontoon bridge. And that's the end of the clip, but still showing a lot of the Ukrainian attacks in the gap areas of northern Crimea, where they've been hitting and destroying supply trucks and the pontoon bridges with a near religious fervor at this point. We've also been able to confirm that additionally, more strikes have been conducted on bridges crossing the canal area. I'll have to mute the loud drum and bass that the Ukrainians love to play in every single one of their drone videos, but we can see the strikes hitting and knocking out bridges, though oddly enough with a significant amount of explosive force, which is also stopping the Russians from crossing the Northern Canal if they can even find an area to cross it. The Northern Canal is an incredibly important waterworks within Crimea, as it historically was able to provide a significant amount of water to the Crimean Peninsula for agriculture and drinking. To show you all this here, this is a very important part of the geography of Northern Crimea, and why the Russians are finding it a little bit hard to cross within most of these areas. This is the canal right here. Or at least what's left of it. It's dry now, but back in the day, it actually carried a significant amount of water, specifically from this intake right here. This is the very intake of the North Crimean Canal. This was rendered inoperable in 2023, in the summer, in June, when the Russians blew up the Novokakhovka Dam right over here, and now the entirety of the Novokakhovka Reservoir looks like this. It doesn't have any water in it, and the Dnipro River, which does flow through it still, is generally its natural size for the larger part. Because of this, there is no water to pass over the intake here, that the Russians had been passing over it for nearly a decade, up until the point, well, actually, for a couple of years, really just a year and a half, honestly, come to think of it, now that I'm trying to make sure to get the story straight. Since they took control of the Novokakhovka intake, they only had water flowing over it for about a year and a half, and then the Russians blew up the dam, which has completely left the canal into Crimea dry, meaning that agriculture has significantly suffered within northern Crimea, and also the drinking water source has had to be substituted with groundwater aquifers instead of the actual canal itself. This means that while the canal does not have water in it, and this is what it looks like today, it still poses a significant navigational obstacle for Russian supply trucks and Russian supply lines trying to enter northern Crimea, as it is a pretty deep and, of course, an endless trench, which is not really conducive to semi-traffic or semi-truck traffic trying to pass over it. And so for this reason, the Ukrainians have been trying to go and find any of the bridge crossings like these right here that exist over the North Crimea Canal and destroy them, so that way the Ukrainians can make sure that even if a Russian supply truck has somehow made it over the Chonhar Bridge and is now trying to make it deeper into Crimea, they will not be able to make it over the North Canal, which basically serves as another choke point for the supply trucks that somehow make it through Armyansk or Chonhar. And that's why we're seeing that these clips right here are showing those bridges being targeted. We can also see that a freight train at one part of the clip right here was also targeted and hit. This one we believe is near to a railway bridge that was about across the North Crimean Canal. We could see that getting hit right here. And we can also see the Ukrainians targeting and destroying even more of the railroad and also the wrecker that was brought in to apparently try and fix the derailment that had happened in this area. But in the meantime, while we show the rest of this clip, it actually appears that we have more breaking news coming out right now. So Matthew, what do we got on that?
Okay, so it looks like we're getting some more details here about why the power is going out inside of Sevastopol. It looks like Ukraine has basically destroyed an entire substation, literally right outside of the city of Sevastopol. So that explains why we're seeing the power out across the entire city. It looks like a catastrophic loss of a huge power station, or a substation that is, outside of Sevastopol. But that's some of the news right there. We also have a little bit more news as well. We are seeing right now that drones are still attacking Russia and also Crimea as well. I'm currently getting footage that came out about 5 minutes ago of the Ukrainian drones attacking the Russian city of Nizhny Novgorod. It looks like air defenses are active around the area, and I'm seeing a couple of drones coming in. I can't tell exactly how many it is in total, but there is definitely an ongoing attack right now. So it's very possible that we could see more strikes on Crimea, because apparently the one that just took out the substation, that just happened right as we went live. So the attack's not over with. It's still ongoing. We're simply waiting on footage.
And we can actually see our first preliminary picture right here, showing the fire and smoke coming from the substation that has been hit. This largely does kind of land in line with most of the substation hits that we've seen, or at least the kind of fire and explosion profile that they give from a distance, which is confirming that it is definitely one of the larger substations that has been hit within the Sevastopol area. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to find that quickly on the map. There usually is a lot of substations that make up a city's energy district, and so I would probably have to go searching around to find the large one that we're talking of right now, considering that it appears to have knocked out power to the entirety of the city. It's probably the major substation that then provides the medium voltage power to the other smaller substations in the city that then finally distributed onto its customers within the area. So we'll have to see if we can get some further information and geolocation on that here very soon, but this is this is a significant hit to say the least.
So we do have our first video here. I just reposted it just now, so it should be popping up if you refresh right this second. Apparently, there's been a confirmed hit in Kostovo in Nizhny Novgorod. It looks like something's been hit in the street. I can't tell if maybe the Russians shot it down. That's a debris from the drone that hit it. I cannot tell. And Force, you have to take a look at this video. It almost looks like there's a car that the drone hit. I can't tell though. That kind of looks like, I don't want to say it's a targeted hit, but it kind of looks a little strange though. What do you make of that?
Let's take a look at it. It's burning quite nicely. I don't know if that's a car. It's like in the middle of the street, weirdly enough. Like, that's one thing I will say is quite odd. It's in the middle of the street, but when we look at it up close, it looks to be some sort of a half-dome structure. Like, do you see that right there, where there's kind of like that bit of an arch kind of on the side? It looks like it might be at the T intersection of a street, and this half-dome arch building was at the end of it, and that thing's burning. But I don't know where that would be.
Yeah, they're saying Kostovo, so I'm not sure where in Kostovo they're referring to there. It's obviously in the Nizhny Novgorod Oblast, but it's kind of unclear. I'll be honest, this almost looks like Russia's version of what they would call a residential neighborhood to a large degree. It looks like a hit has been occurred right in the middle of the street. So it's kind of an unusual target, really, I would say.
It is quite odd, I will have to say. Let's see this other clip here that we have of one of the drones flying over. And there it is right there. Very quiet. You can hardly see it. But just to show, again, it's right where my mouse cursor's at on the screen. That's the drone that flew over. I don't really know where this would be, but I will say that Kostovo has been hit prior, very recently, as a matter of fact, by other drone attacks that were conducted within the area. As a matter of fact, the Kostovo refinery and oil storage depots had been hit very heavily as of late, and that's what led to another major oil disaster within the area as the oil then floated on down south beyond this area and affected some major cities. It was one of the major oil crises that we've seen in the Russian Federation as of late. We don't really know what it's hitting at the moment. However, I'm still trying to see if I can spot geolocate this on the fly on air, and there might be a couple of likely targets for this, knowing that the Ukrainians are still conducting their oil infrastructure campaigns of destroying the Russians' oil refining capabilities. There are two significant rail yards that appear to handle crude oil shipments and also refined fuel shipments around the area south of Kostovo, and we also know that there's this larger pumping station sort of an apparatus that appears to exist right here as well for the onloading and offloading of oils and fuels. There's also the refinery complex itself, but none of this really lines up with the kind of suburb-like vista that we have for this clip here, where one of these fires is currently burning right now. The smoke is like this also grayish white color. It's not solid black or solid white, or we could say that it's definitely an oil fire or definitely a munitions fire. So it falls within this category of a structure fire, at least from what we can tell, because smoke like this can sometimes come from structure fires, but it doesn't appear to be purely oil or munitions based, which are the normal kind of fires that we see and talk about on air. So at the moment right now, I'm not entirely sure what has been hit within this area, but if I had to take a random assumption, or not really a random assumption, but of educated guess at what has been hit, it's probably around this larger oil infrastructure area south of the city, possibly.
Yeah, I would have to assume that might be it right there. Also, we're getting some good footage coming out right now. So we are seeing some footage coming out of the attack on the Simferopol thermal power plant. Apparently, this was when the substation might have been hit. It looks like I just reposted it now. We have a couple different angles of that, so we can take a look at what led to the huge power outage, apparently near the area.
Dang, folks, we're getting like endless breaking news right now. This is actually coming in pretty fast, but here's the clips of the Simferopol thermal power plant coming under attack. We hear air defense machine gun fire in the distance. Actually, a large amount of it. And we see them continuing to fire at basically anywhere and everywhere. We don't even see spotlights. So it appears they're firing at random, hoping to hit something in the night sky.
And also, plot twist, they didn't hit anything.
No. Well, definitely not. Like, right here, they certainly didn't hit anything. That appears to be a drone impact. We also have the next clip here showing the smoke rising from the drone hit, and also the fire that's now burning at the area of the Simferopol thermal power plant right now in the early hours of the morning. As the twilight hours are right now hitting inside of Crimea. Let me see if I can show you all where the Simferopol thermal power plant is. And let me see if I can go geolocate this really quickly. Simferopol thermal power plant. Let's see here. Power plant. Let's see here. That would be the Tavriska thermal power plant. So let me type that in. The Tavriska. Let's see. Tavriska thermal power plant. Let's see. So it is somewhere. I believe this is actually it right here. And that is the building. So it looks like this is lining up for the larger part.
What a ghastly looking building right there, painted like it looks like something that belonged on the beach or something with those blue colors all over it. Look at that. That doesn't even look like a power plant.
Man, this is that old razzle-dazzle paint job they used to put on ships in the First World War to, like, throw off the U-boats on which direction they're heading and how fast they're going. I don't even know what the hell that paint job is. That's absolutely terrible. And this was taken recently, by the way. This was in April of 2026. Oh, look at that. Wait a minute, hang on. Speaking of that, you can actually see the trench works and air defense gunners post right there on the far right side of the screen with the net over it. So they actually do have some machine gunners that were based right outside of this power plant, and you can also see some anti-drone nets that were set up as well, I believe over the turbine hall, if I'm not mistaken.
I guess it counts if they cover 5% of the plant. I mean, this is a massive facility. I don't think that one little net off in the corner is going to do any good. And also, I wonder what were the odds of the people that were the gunners out front. What were the odds they were probably power plant employees that were set out there with guns? It's probably so.
Highly likely. Company personnel have a wide variety of roles in the modern day. They actually don't call them the power plant workers anymore. They call them power plant customer service associates because their role requires them to do so many different things, including defending the customer's power supply with machine guns sometimes. But anyways, it does appear that this is the power plant that has been hit, and it also looks like if we were to take this picture at face value, it's very close to the countryside area where this is at. It might actually be, if I can find where. Also, notice the new road work here that they were building when this new satellite photography was taken. It appears that they're building this in real time right now, as a matter of fact, and trying to expand their logistics capabilities through this area. Actually, it looks to be a ring road that they're building around Sevastopol in real time. So very interesting to note that. So I'm guessing that maybe this picture was taken from around there, or it was taken from a bridge a little bit further off in the distance. But still, a very interesting sort of an occurrence right here to see this sort of a fire. Also, this might, I don't think this is going to be affecting Sevastopol's power, but this is definitely going to be affecting Simferopol's power. I think the Tariska thermal power plant provides electricity primarily to Simferopol. So this might also be sending Simferopol into a blackout along with Sevastopol, which has already gone into a blackout from what we heard just minutes ago.
Yeah, it does seem like it. So, well, we'll keep monitoring this attack. By the way, I'll be honest, folks. I thought the attack was over with when we went live, but I guess I was wrong. We both thought it was over with, but it looks like there's still drones coming in all over the place, including mainland Russia as well. So, I'll let you know if I see anything else about it. But that's something certainly to watch.
In the midst of all this breaking news that we're getting out of Crimea and also within the deep of the Russian Federation, I gotta say, folks, I mean, honestly, our title has never done any better than right now. I mean, our title for the stream was Russia struggles to defend against endless attacks, and we're on air right now talking about the past 24 hours, actually the past 48 hours of endless attacks, and they're still happening while we're live on air. I mean, that title aged like fine wine right there, really. I mean, we're literally live on air covering it. But moving us on out of that news, we were able to see that within the areas of the city of Kurovskoy, which is along a major main line for the Russian railways that travels to the Kerch bridge, the Ukrainian armed forces have also conducted an attack on this rail yard. I don't know what was in the rail yard, but the rail yard appears to have possibly gone nuclear, and I'm saying that as a bit of an exaggeration because the rail yard looks to have been vaporized possibly. Here's the clip of the fire from a distance at the rail yard.
Wow. Okay, that's something serious there. What
If
were
we
they carrying? Like straight up gunpowder in the train car?
if we note, my dear Watson, the whiteness of the smoke, the perfect bright white light coming from the fire, it looks to me like a munitions fire. I don't know what kind of munitions it is, but it is like raw gunpowder, basically, like you were saying. It is a whole load of it. Might have been large caliber air defense missiles for the S-300s or the S-400s within the peninsula that are still there and operational, or it may have just been a large ammunition shipment that was attempting to make it into Crimea to supply a wide variety of units of the Navy, Army, and Air Force with air defense missiles, with further missiles, and also munitions for the vessels, the coastal patrol vessels still operating in Crimea, and they might have also been trying to provide bombs and other munitions to the Russian Air Force, which is also still operating out of the peninsula. It might have been a whole mix of equipment, and also on top of that, it might not even have been on the move. The Kirovskoy rail yard is a generally normal rail yard for a large part, not the largest one that we've ever seen that has been targeted by the Ukrainians, but it is an important waypoint for the Russian state railways as they move their way on deeper into Crimea and towards the major operational centers of Simferopol and Sevastopol, where large elements of the Russian Air Force, Russian Navy, and Russian Air Defense Forces of the Army are currently operating at this moment right now. Also notice, this is something I want to say kind of as a side note, there's this sort of a supply barrack here that appears to be related to fuel. We don't believe that that's what went up because the smoke is solid white, so usually with an oil fire or a fuel fire, it's going to be solid black of some sort. So whatever blew up, it's directly within this rail yard right here. we will largely assume it's a munitions train, but outside of that, we don't have any further information on that significant attack. But I'm assuming that the damage is probably severe enough that it's going to be knocking out that rail yard of operation until maintenance of way crews are able to come in and fix the ballast and rails that these trains would need to run on to be able to travel deeper into Crimea, meaning that another major logistics obstacle has just been created for the Russian forces and their logistics inside of Crimea. But before we move on into the absolute magnum opus of the Ukrainian attacks in Simferopol, Feodosia, and Kerch that we have over the past 48 hours, a lot of people are talking right now about the actions that have happened around the Kerch Bridge. And to get y'all into this, considering that a lot of people have already voted on this, I think we could cover this right now. But just to make sure to give you all the background and story before we get into this poll, we will move into Kerch and talk about what's going on here, at least at the moment right now. Kerch and its ongoing fire has continued, as we were able to see satellite photography showing that the entire fuel depot within Kerch has been burned and knocked out. And we can also see the damaged ferries as well that are sitting over here, apparently within the area of the Kerch ship repair yard. The Kerch ship repair yard, just to show y'all exactly where that is, let me make sure that I'm seeing this correctly right now. And I am seeing it correctly. It's right about over here somewhere within this area from what I can tell. I don't really see... Well, actually, hang on. Let me make sure. I need to make sure. No, actually, it's up here. Sorry, everyone. I just got that wrong. It's actually up here. This lines up exactly with the kind of dock profile that we were seeing. So right now, some of the ferries have actually been towed up here. We did see them burning in the strait a little while ago. Apparently, got some tugs and yanked them on over the Kerch.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. They just like basically almost sunk out there in the Kerch Strait. So they just drag them over to the repair yard, like right off to the side of the coast right there. You know, it's kind of weird. It's like, what if Ukraine ends up hitting the repair yard? Who's going to repair the repair yard for the ships to be repaired?
Dang, man, that's really thinking deep. It's a shame that the Ukrainians already have drones on the way to blow up the repair depots. Like, I guess
Yeah,
no one's going to work
I
on them, you
know.
know?
That's what I'm saying, man. They're obviously gonna hit the repair yard next. That's coming because I think they're doing these attacks over and over and over to wear down the Russian defenses in the Kerch area, specifically around the bridge. So they need secondary targets. They need something to actually hit while they're trying to wear down the defenses. So they've been hitting the oil depots. They've been hitting the ships, the ferry ships in the area, and they'll probably go for the repair yard too. That's my guess. They need more targets, and that's probably another one.
Now, if they're going to hit the repair facility, I mean, God forbid, folks, if they hit a repair facility, but if they did hit a repair facility, hopefully they don't hit the little switcher engines that the Russians have that operate in the port, specifically for the port, because those are made in a very specific way to be small enough and have small enough axles that they're able to negotiate the tight turns in this rail yard. If the Ukrainians blew up those little diesel switchers, that would be terrible. They wouldn't be able to move the repair equipment and also the repair materials needed to the actual repair sites to be able to repair the ferries. And then if they blow up the repair buildings themselves, they could also pose some greater issues. A lot of the equipment and the devices that are needed to help repair these ships could be destroyed or burned in those fires. So hopefully the Ukrainians don't hit those two things, because if they hit those two things, the Russians might not have a hope in hell of ever repairing these ferries that are currently largely out of action right now. Hopefully they never do something like that. Wink, 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 nudge, nudge. The Ukrainians need to blow those things up. But moving us on out of that, we've also been able to see the fire that's still burning at the oil depot in satellite pictures. This is the depot before. That's what it looked like, I believe, on Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. That's what it looks like largely today. And that's also, from what we can tell, this appears to be the Chonhar. Well, actually, let me make sure that this is correct. I'm pretty sure that this is the Chonhar Bridge, and we can actually see that they're trying to build a actual berm over to be able to try and see that they maybe eventually might be able to just create a permanent earthen berm bridge that'll be harder to destroy. But it is still showing us that at this moment right now, the Russians are in an absolute desperate strait to try and keep the supplies running, to go through such a desperate effort as closing off the Chonhar marshes from their water filtration source, which is the Chonhar Gap right here. Also, another interesting thing to note is that they do have the pontoon bridge laid out right here, but do you notice something very interesting in this picture, Matthew, up here on the top right side of the screen?
It looks like they're floating around a whole bunch of like secondary segments or something to it.
Yeah, it looks like they have a whole load of extra segments already sitting in the water, so that way if the pontoon bridge is destroyed, they can literally just pluck the old piece out and put a new one in to try and keep it running.
So that explains it. We actually asked that exact question. I think it was like 4 days ago. We said, "How is Russia like fixing these pontoon bridges so fast?" We know Russia has a limited supply of pontoon bridges, so it looks like what they've done is they've skeletonized a whole bunch of them and they've cut them up into pieces. And whenever a spot needs to be replaced, they simply float it into position and let that be the new piece. So it's like basically they got a parts bin at this point. They're trying to like piece them together. What if Ukraine ends up hitting those pieces one by one? They won't even have any more parts to fix.
Honestly, I feel like this would require them to conduct an overwhelming attack with dozens of drones in this one location to punch a hole into every single segment of the pontoon bridge. And also, another thing that would be important, folks, for the Ukrainians to consider in their next attacks is to destroy the construction equipment that's trying to lay out this land bridge right here, the literal physical land bridge with an earthen berm. Because if those construction vehicles are not hit and destroyed, they will be able to complete an earthen berm, and that will be largely impossible for the Ukrainians to destroy, which means that their supply lines will be reinstated largely through the Chandar Gap. So hopefully we'll be able to see the Ukrainians can do something about that, or they could just slam a flamingo into it and crater it heavily enough that it would also be unusable for a short period of time, but that might be a lot more expensive to do on what's literally just a piled up piece of dirt. But moving us on out of that satellite photography, we also have one other thing to show y'all. From the Kerch Bridge itself, the Kerch Oil Depot.
Yes. Honestly, that shows you how close that fire was to the Kerch Bridge itself, literally within visual distance of it right there. I think the official distance was, I think, like 5 or 6 miles from the Kerch Bridge. That looks to be about the case.
Actually, I think we measured it. I think it was 1 mile from the bridge's base, like right here. Let me see. The bridge's base is right here, so we measure from there. It's actually a half mile, and I think all the way out here to the end of the kind of like dock that they built a part of the bridge on is about a mile. So it's not that far at all. Actually, it's
Oh,
very
wow.
close.
Yeah, that's closer than I thought then. I thought they were quoting 5 miles on it. So yeah, it's actually a lot closer. So really, like, I'm kind of surprised that I think that goes to show you with how close that truly is to the bridge, that they have to be testing and mapping out the Russian air defenses. Because why would you attack something that close to the bridge if you knew there was Russian air defenses galore around it, unless you were trying to goad them into firing so that way you could find out where they're coming from? I think that might be what they're up to.
I think it is. And we can also see this person here driving over the Kerch Bridge, and notice how empty it is. This is the whole of the Kerch Bridge, mind you. There's one car over there, one car in front of him, and then this car on film. In general, in terms of the weight that this bridge is able to carry, we understand that's very little at this point. Suffered a decent amount of structural damage over the years that appears to be permanent, and the Russians don't have the ability to repair it at the moment right now. And so for that reason, a lot of the car crossings right now are being heavily regulated and limited, and also they have multi-hour inspections that are being conducted on the Kerch side of the bridge, which per car, the inspection time right now is approximated to take 2 to 3 hours before the Russians feel safe enough to allow the car to cross the bridge, because they're scared there might be a bomb on it or something else that the Ukrainians might blow up once it makes it to a key point of the bridge, and then it would knock it out, much like the truck attack did at the very beginning of the war. But outside of that, a lot of people are talking at this moment right now about why are the Ukrainians conducting such attacks so close to the Kerch Bridge with really no clear strategic objective, well, outside of hitting their supply lines, in mind. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So we've been tracking literally attack after attack that Ukraine's conducting right in the vicinity of the Kerch Bridge. And a lot of people are saying, how come Ukraine isn't simply just hitting the Kerch Bridge? They're literally right there next to it, but they're not hitting it. And what's the reason for that? And let's see what you believe that Russia's doing here in the audience. 62% said they're wearing down the Russian bridge defenses. They're trying to wear down the forces so that way they don't have the willpower, nor are they attentive when the real attack finally arrives on the Kerch Bridge. 17% said that the Ukrainians are simply mapping out the locations of the Russian air defenses around the bridge, and 14% said their main goal is not the bridge at all. It's all about destroying these oil depots. And I do believe that Ukraine is probably trying to take out the oil depots, but I think what they're really trying to do here, after seeing this next attack take place today, they are trying to map out the Russian air defenses, and they're also trying to wear down the bridge defenses as well. But mainly, though, they're probably trying to get some confirmed intelligence on where the locations of these air defenses are underneath the bridge and around it. And so far, they've gotten some pretty actionable intelligence. They have seen that Russia is currently utilizing smoke generators on the bridge itself. I think they knew that before, but now they know the general locations of the generators. That the Russians will start deploying white smoke all across the bridge once they detect drones coming in the area, because they believe that'll cloud the view of the drone. So that's one aspect of it. Also, the Ukrainians did take out one of the S-400 systems right there near Kerch. They took it out and destroyed it in the last attack they conducted about a day or two ago. So they're already taking stuff out. They're currently seeing the Russian air defenses that are left is mainly machine guns, it appears like. And now they got the Russians worried, because we're already hearing reports from the Russians that they believe Ukraine is preparing a mass strike on the Kerch bridge, including over 60 Flamingo ballistic or cruise missiles, that is, and they believe that's coming soon. Now, that's what the Russians are currently saying. So all signs are pointing to an attack on the bridge coming very, very quickly, and I think the Ukrainians are in the final stage of their planning. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I'm well within the 62% that they are trying to wear down the Russian bridge defenses and find out where they are. Because if we look at this clip right here, which I hadn't shown yet, and I want to make sure to show right now while we're in the middle of this poll, we can actually see that the Russian air defenses are starting to get pretty obviously located as to where they're permanently based. And satellite photography can easily tell that in broad daylight, but in nighttime hours, it's very important to find out what are the most active air defense batteries and to map out every single minor detail about them, which usually has to be done via recon by fire, meaning that something has to go in the area and get shot at to figure out where they really are and what their capabilities are from point to point. Here's that clip from the area of Kerch showing their air defenses probably getting mapped out in real time. Here are the air defense fire. We can actually see a couple of the machine guns are based within the port itself. We also hear a couple of more machine guns joining in. We can see a slight glimmer of the tracer fire once again coming from the city, which is showing that they apparently have some air defense mobile fire teams that are based just around the port area of the city itself. That's fairly important information to know.
We know how good the mobile fire groups work. That's what Russia's utilizing around Moscow. And obviously, the Moscow refinery is now basically out of business. Not really out of business, but it's temporarily taken out due to these attacks that we're seeing right here. And the mobile fire groups firing man pads on the sides of the road and all kinds of stuff like that, they just simply can't keep up. And also, not to mention, by the way, if Ukraine sends in a bunch of cruise missiles all at one time, that is going to overwhelm the hell out of these Russian mobile fire groups. They are not going to be able to cope with that. Hell, they'll probably have a hard time even coping with just one or two missiles flying in. They'll probably have a hard time with just that, much less like, let's say a dozen of them.
I think they definitely will be having a significant problem dealing with really anything that comes in. Even drones of the normal variety would be pretty hard for them to deal with, because we don't even see Moscow dealing with the drones well, much less a missile, especially a large number of cruise missiles. That would be hopeless generally for the Russian air defenses, missile or gun based, to be able to deal with. And given the fact, folks, that we've seen that the Russian Federation's forces in Crimea are completely depleted of supply at this point, from what we can tell, there really isn't any reason for us to believe that they're going to be giving them a way out. The Ukrainians might be hoping for a landslide victory in Crimea, to where the Russians are completely cut off from supplies and a path of retreat, which means that the Russians would be faced either with death or surrender. There's really no other options there. It's not like if they're a cornered animal and they can fight anymore. It's not like they're going to grow fangs and claws and start clawing their way and chewing their way through the Ukrainian army. The Ukrainians have guns and also FPV drones, and you can only run so fast and you can only claw and gnash so many times in an open field before a bullet finds you or an FPV drone gets you, meaning that the Russian forces in Crimea, if they're cut off from a path of retreat and they're completely lacking any supplies, they have two options. They will either sit there and die, all of them will, by the Ukrainian armed forces' hands, or they will surrender and give over the oblast to Ukraine if the Ukrainians make it down to Crimea. And I think that's generally what the Ukrainians are going to be looking for, because not only that, with how many forces there are inside of Crimea, there's about 40 to 50,000 Russian troops, we believe, that are in Crimea. If the Ukrainians can force them to pretty much unconditionally surrender. The Ukrainians have just liquidated, without having to kill them, 40 to 50,000 Russian troops in the Russian army. And we already know that the Russians aren't able to replace the losses they're taking on the front lines. Imagine if the whole Russian military or combined arms army that's in Crimea, that's 40 to 50,000 strong, surrendered on a single day to Ukraine because they had no other option. That is going to be a landslide victory for Ukraine. At that point, the Russians are going to be so depleted in manpower elsewhere on the front, in indirect and direct fire support, there really is no way for them to be able to hold the front in most other areas because of the personnel losses at that point. So I hope that addresses that well, at least in my opinion. And moving us on into the little bits of the rest of news that we have inside of Crimea before we get into the mainland of Russia, which is its own story today. We were able to see that Feodosia also came under another attack last night. We were able to see the boom in the distance in Feodosia right there, and here it is a second time, just to show y'all. And moving us on from that, we also were able to see another instance of a clip proving that Feodosia had been hit again by the drones. Moving us on into Simferopol, however, this is where the news got quite good, especially yesterday. The major government announcements came out yesterday, and the first one was very positive. Allow me to read it to y'all. This is from Energo, which means Crimean Energy. So it's the Crimean State Energy Company. Dear consumers, due to accidents at the power grid facilities of the Republic of Crimea, schedules for limiting the consumption of electric energy have been introduced in the regions of the peninsula. Information about the schedules for limiting consumption will be posted on official pages of administrations and municipalities, as well as on the company's official website. It's just really hard to get to the website to figure out when this is happening, because what they're saying in very political terms is we don't have an ability to produce electricity anymore, and so rolling blackouts are going to become common across the whole peninsula. So I don't really know how they're supposed to access the website when the electricity's out, but that's what the Crimean Energy Company said to everybody yesterday in Crimea, is that rolling blackouts are now going to be a part of regular life in the peninsula. We also were able to see that by an official decree by the Crimean occupational government, they have stated that the holiday season has been canceled. They are now ordering all children's camps and recreation centers across the peninsula to remain closed until the 1st of September of 2026.
Wow. So that's essentially, I mean, I don't think we'll ever see a true Russian evacuation order from Crimea. I doubt we'll see that because that would be such a propaganda loss for the Russian regime. I'm not sure if they'd ever have the guts to do it. They would rather let the people suffer in Crimea than simply admit that they need to leave and they need to evacuate from the Isle of Crimea. So this is like the closest thing we might ever get to that. So that's actually a pretty big announcement.
It is a very big announcement, pretty significant one, I would have to say, and it is giving us an understanding that at this point, the occupational authorities are realizing that the whole entire situation is caving in on top of them, and there's really no hope in hell left of keeping Crimea in its state of normalcy, if we could call it that it's been pretending to be under for the past few years. We also were able to see even more of the troubles that folks are going through right now. Here's a clip to show y'all. This is from Crimea, by the way. I have to go to Mariupol. I'll just mute it and read the subtitles. I have to go to Mariupol tomorrow, where there is absolutely no gas. There just isn't any. You can't buy it there. And my consumption is like 20 to 25 liters. Gas stations won't fill up. Jerry cans that we have. We took apart the fuel unit, connected a fuel pump to it, another one. Oh, bro, is that an alkali jug that he just put the gas in?
Man, I'm not gonna lie, man, this looks like something completely else. This dude better not try to go through like a Russian security checkpoint or something. They're gonna end up arresting this dude probably.
Blood. This is ghetto grad right here, bro. Like, we took an alkali bottle and filled it with gasoline and then plugged it into the fuel pump, which is apparently in the center console of the car.
Man, this is the most janky, sketchy, honestly, it's kind of scary sight I've seen in a while. This car right here is no longer just a car. This thing is now sketchy.
This thing is what they call a vehicle-based improvised explosive device made by... He took an aquarium hose. You know the ones that you, filter the water out of your little aquarium? He shoved it into the bottle, like the alkali jug, and then, just kind of, lifted the lid of the gas pump up a little bit and then shoved it down into there. This is absolutely insane. It's like, I don't even think the fuel pump is going to work like that.
And what's the and why is he doing this again? Did he explain why he's doing that?
Because there's no gas in Mariupol and he has to go there for some reason. So, because there's no gas in Mariupol to refuel, he has to try and make the car find the gas to get the range to go to Mariupol and back. So that's what he's trying to do, I guess. But this thing is going to explode. Like, literally anything
Man.
happens, it's going to blow up.
Wouldn't it have been a lot easier just to have like a spare gas can and put the gas in there and just put it in the tank like normally through the gas nozzle thing in the back instead of like rigging up this like sketchy looking like contraption as death trap? It's like why have to do all this? Why not just put it in a gas can?
I don't even know. Like, it's beyond me. Look, and then he goes on to say, we're standing here fueling the car. He's fueling it while he's filling the jerry can. What are the options? There are no other options. There's many.
A gas can. Dude, a freaking gas can's the second option. This guy's dumb.
What car is this, by the way? Do you know what car brand that is?
I don't really know any car brands. Like that might be like an aftermarket seat or something. That's unusual to have like embossed in the leather like that.
Yeah, it is weird. I was about to say that's kind of odd. The jerry can, if the jerry can gets full, we'll swap the jerry can real quick while no one is looking. Wait a minute. It's a Kia.
I think those might be aftermarket seats right there because I've never known Kia to have such nice leather seats. Like those are nice leather seats that even come in like a Cadillac.
Man, that's like suede. Man, like, that's pretty good. All the wires go over there. Meanwhile, he's got something in the back that if a U.S. soldier had seen this in Afghanistan, he would have called this in as a VBIED, and they would have had a damn like buffalo rolling down the road towards this thing, ready to gun it down. I mean, that is extremely concerning looking right here. I gotta say, it's unbelievable. But anyways, moving on from that, we also were able to see that there were more strikes in Simferopol overnight. These might have been the ones that tried to hit the thermal power plant on the southeastern side of the city. We can see the air defense fire in the distance, blindly firing into the sky, hoping to hit something. A little bit more of it, just a little trickle, and the hit. I think that wasn't on the thermal power plant. But moving us on into our last bit, we also were able to see what Simferopol looks like right now.
Мы как будто в апокалипсисе каком-то
Oh wow, it's like a
находимся.
ghost town.
9 вечера,
It's abandoned.
Симферополь, лето, Крым. Вообще машин нет.
And you hear the
Люди
crickets.
все где вы?
That is insane.
Ходишь, вообще
That
никого
is
нет.
wild, man. It's like the apocalypse. Is everybody just hiding in their houses or did they leave?
A lot of people did leave. I think a lot of people are still trying to leave right now and just go to family elsewhere, like in Russia and whatnot. And then there's also, probably just a lot of people that are inside because it's late. But it is a ghost town in Simferopol right now.
Yeah, I would say so. That's wild to see that, really.
And so with that, folks, with that ghost town being our bombshell story of Crimea, it's now time for us to move on out of Crimea, finally. It's dominated our whole coverage for an hour here, and it's time for us to move on into Russia. Nothing bad is going on in Russia right now, at all.
Вам
Oh my god.
Oh, look, you have to sell your house to get some gas.
You have to sell them all. Like you have to sell those body parts, to be able to try and afford this kind of stuff. I tell you, 140 rubles, folks. That's quite a lot for octane 95 gas. Y'all want to know how much that is? That is $7.40 a gallon if we do the conversions in rubles and from liters to gallons. That's $7.40 a gallon right now in Ryazan. And the Russians only make what is it, $1,200 a month or something?
Yeah, just about, yeah.
Oh my god, it's unbelievable. I thought the gas had gotten bad here, folks, in price, because here in Utah, for the gas that I had to get, it was like $5 a gallon. Over there, it's $7.40 a gallon.
раз.
You gotta, sell everything. You gotta sell the house, the car, anything that you have that's a worthy possession. It's unreal. And diesel even is 97
Yeah.
rubles a liter.
And you know how dumb some of the Russians are? They will go sell their car in order to buy the gas, and then they won't have anywhere to put the gas or use it because they've sold the car.
Man, real shit. Moving aside out of that, we've also been able to see that the shortages are still spreading farther. As this lady is about to say, I hate to ask, is this panic over petrol spreading to everything else too? We came to the shop and went to the meat aisle, What can you
Bro,
get here?
since when is this not even refrigerated? I mean, this looks like a normal store shelf.
This does not look like up to US health standards at all. Like, this is literally
Yeah.
like, bro, they got these packs. I don't even know what the hell that meat is at the bottom. That's like the Glorbus blob. Like, you can buy the Glorbus blob, which it appears that nobody's even willing to touch in the apocalypse. Or you can try and get these wings, which for some reason the Russians aren't big fans of wings. I don't know why. Where is everything else? The woman asks. It's unclear. Either it's just sold out or the panic has already started.
Man, also, by the way, look at it's like also with the lighting in here, like this whole thing is weird. Unless this is like some big like walk-in refrigerator or something like that, which maybe it is or something. Maybe that's why the lighting is weird. But it's just like, I mean, what are they shopping for meat in the red light district?
Why the hell does this look like the sick bay in Star Trek the original series? Like Dr. McCoy's about to come out and be like, I can't fix him, Jim. He's the Glorbus blob. Like, it's like, what the hell is this place? Also, if you look behind the lady at the start of the clip, you can also see that all the shelves in the background behind her are also empty. This is actually the department store, man. Like, if you look at that in the background, I don't think this is a freezer or anything. I think this is just the store.
It could be. I've just never seen meat like left out on shelves like that. I've never seen that basically anywhere. I mean, I don't think there is a circumstance where you can just leave meat out like that unless it's out for like a very short time where it's like acceptable to do that. I mean, maybe somebody can let us know. Is that normal in Russia or is that abnormal?
I gotta say, I think this is probably normal. Like, knowing Russia, this is probably exceptionally normal. But quite concerning to say the least. But moving us on out of that clip, we also were able to see that within the area of Nizhny Novgorod, there's a little bit of a problem that was had. I'll let the lady explain it here. I'll have to mute her again and read off her subtitles, but here we go. We left Nizhny Novgorod and unexpectedly discovered that there was a problem with petrol after all. We pulled into some dodgy petrol station, filled up with petrol and set off. We didn't drive for long. A vibration started in the car and it began losing its power. We decided to pull in to finally fill up with 100 at a proper Gazprom petrol station, but on the M12 motorway yesterday, practically all petrol stations were closed. Here the car stopped, starting altogether. Well, consequently, we called a recovery truck and made it to Moscow on it without petrol, without proper petrol stations. It turned out that riding in a recovery truck is also a separate quest. It's very scary. We arrived at home, and the main question: who should be bear the responsibility for the expenses which we incurred for the petrol, which was dreadful. And have you had anything similar? It turns
Oh,
out
she's
that
definitely from Moscow, that's for sure. This sounds like a diva right here. She said it was scary driving in the tow truck. Oh, that was scary driving in that commercial truck. I tell you, that was a scary experience for this lady. She's definitely used to some wealth inside of Moscow, that's for sure. Also, well, look at that Range Rover too. So what she's alleging that she pulled up to the first gas station and allegedly got bad gas. That's what she's saying.
apparently they're saying that it was adulterated with a water or something else, is what they're kind of saying.
Wow. Yeah, she's doing a number on that gas station over there. I wonder if she can prove that it was the gas, or maybe her car just broke down, one or the other. But that's kind of funny though. Like she was acting like this is a big deal right here.
Man, she said I had to get in the tow truck, which was very scary. Like, meanwhile, it's just Vadim. He's worked like a 12-hour day. He's exhausted, covered in like engine oil and shit. And he looks at her and goes, is this the first time your car broke down? And she's like, huh, I don't have money. Get away! And she's like holding up like a cross with her fingers. It's like she made this out to be a huge deal. Like, riding in a tow truck is not that scary. I mean, maybe it's Russia, so maybe it is, but I think this lady has unexpected, like, unreachable standards, at least within the Russian Federation. But anyways, it does appear that she's claiming that the gas station in Nizhny Novgorod sold her water gas, which destroyed the engine, at least according to her. But we're not entirely sure if that's true or not. We have also been able to see that up in the Leningrad region, we were able to see the fuel. Man, it almost did it. Did you see that right there? It almost did it, but then it went through. Hey! But anyways, we were able to see the fuel situation in the Leningrad Oblast. Oh, I have to mute this one as well. Well, good morning. Here's some great news. We've reached the Leningrad region. We're at the Tatnev station near Luga. We're just pulled up to fill up with some 95 octane, and not only does it say prepaid only, but they didn't take the prepayment. But the gist is that it's only 30 liters per tank, so there's nothing in the news about the Leningrad region yet. But in fact, that's it. The Leningrad region. I think soon it'll reach St. Petersburg, 30 liters per tank. That's absolutely fantastic. Of course, it's good that we all have half a tank. Now we'll fill up with 30. We'll go on to Skov, F&L. And so that's what...
Oh, man. You know where this Russian gentleman went wrong? He said, this isn't on the news yet that there's been shortages here. He doesn't watch the Enforcer channel. That's where he went wrong. He watching Russian propaganda. That's why he doesn't know about it. And also, plot twist, by the way, it's kind of reaching St. Petersburg already. So he's a little bit behind the times with that, too. So, that's what the Russian people, they need to watch the Enforcer channel to learn what's really going on.
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and hit that bell button below. Moving us on out of that bit of news, there's also a little bit coming out of Moscow right now. Moscow came under another drone attack today. Let's take a gander. Let me hold up. Oh, okay, sorry everyone. This is actually new footage of the Kapotnia attack on Moscow. I was like, that's the Kapotnia refinery. I was like, that didn't happen today. So let me see if I have something new for you all here. This is also just showing the Molnia and the FP1 comparison for speed. The airports were shut down yesterday because of the drone attacks that were conducted yesterday, but they appear to be a little bit small in size. We didn't really get a lot on them, and actually all of those clips are generally archival, so I won't show them to you all tonight for time constraint purposes. But we also were able to get a lot of news out of Moscow today. We're just going to make sure to knock them out here really quickly because we still have a lot to go tonight, folks. We have, I think it's like 70-something news bulletins to cover, so I want to make sure to get through some of them with a little bit of a clip. So we'll just summarize everything that's happened in Russia today through these posts. We were able to hear that the Russians are considering banning diesel exports due to the situation inside of Russia and the critical fuel shortages. Fighter Bomber, who is a famous military blogger, was begging everyone to not panic, although the situation is becoming absolutely unmanageable in Russia. He said that it's just that, the realities of war are finally catching up. It's no big deal, though. Nobody panic. The gas is running out and the food's running out, but I'm sure it'll be fine. We also were able to hear that Putin stated today that appeals like Zelensky's open letter do not create the preconditions for negotiations, but only the potential for conflict. Zelensky, by the way, just stated that he would be willing to talk to Putin in person about ending the war. He just has to set a time and a place, and they'll sit down and directly talk about it. But apparently to Putin, that's words of war. Kind of a little interesting with that one. We also were able to hear that today Putin did say that he wanted peace. He wanted peace, I tell you. But before we get into that clip, because I think Matthew has a poll on this one, I do want to make sure that we talk about the poll that we have right now, talking about how there's a lack of meat up in Russia, and apparently the Russians are missing that meat. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now? What are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so the Russian civilians are craving the meat. It's something that's sort of hard to come by, and if you can come by it, it could be sketchy depending on where you buy it from. So right now, all jokes aside, by the way, being totally serious here, the grocery shelves inside of not just Crimea, but also mainland Russia, in sporadic places, there's already shortages popping up all over the place. So this is amid the logistics failures, and also the rising and skyrocketing cost of diesel fuel. And in fact, this is the exact situation happening in Russia that we warned would happen to the United States if the Strait of Hormuz remained closed. This is the exact situation that Russia is currently experiencing. They're seeing that now not only are the prices of groceries rising, but now they're having complete shortages across the board because the diesel price is so much and it costs so much to transport the food to the stores. So what's going to happen? 79% said food shortages will get critical very soon. 11% said the food shortages are only temporary, and 6% said I'm 50-50 on this one. And I'm with the 78%. The Russians will not be getting any more meat for the near future, and this will start spreading very quickly because this problem does not have any end in sight. So therefore, the food is a secondary consequence of the diesel problem. So I'm with the 79%. But Enforcer, what say you?
The food shortage is going to get very bad. I'm going to be with the 79%. A complete collapse of agriculture has largely happened in the Russian Federation, from what we've heard in the Irkutsk Oblast in Siberia, and from what we're assuming that's now affecting the entirety of the country. This is going to have an absolutely detrimental effect on the condition of the citizenry within the Russian Federation, but unfortunately it is largely a calamity, largely necessary calamity, if we were to put it that way, of the war so far. So I would be well within the 79% on that without a shadow of a doubt, this is going to be getting a lot worse. We're already seeing that it's getting bad, and it's only going to get worse with time. Worse, I tell you. Get that word through your heads. It's getting worse. I got to tell y'all, folks, I never thought that one day the proud and mighty Russian Federation was going to be missing that meat and begging for that meat. But nevertheless, they are begging for that meat. So I got to tell y'all, it's sad. Apparently, they've been beefing so hard with Ukraine, they got no beef left for themselves. That's a real rough world to live in right there. Maybe they should have stopped beefing with the Ukrainians and beefed with themselves. But I guess you could say, folks, that they running low on that hog. They just don't have enough hog to go around. I tell you, there's many jokes that we can make. But moving on from that, it's time for us to get back on into Moscow, as we were able to hear that Putin wanted peace today. He wanted that peace. But I'll let y'all listen to it from him. I'm actually going to play the audio of him saying this time, instead of reading the subtitles on it. So without further ado, here it is.
Россия, тем не менее, как уже не раз говорилось, готова к мирным переговорам с Украиной, готова на базе договоренностей, которые достигнуты были еще в Стамбуле, и, напомню, были парафированы тогда украинской делегацией. Значит, все их устраивало. Не вижу оснований отходить от этих договоренностей с нашей стороны. Но на базе договоренностей, достигнутых в Стамбуле, на базе модальностей, которые обсуждались в Анкоридже, и реалий, самое главное, реалий на земле, а также принципов, изложенных мною пару лет назад в ходе выступления в Министерстве иностранных дел. Но будем исходить из того, что есть, будем дальше двигаться уверенно по всем направлениям, обеспечивая безопасность наших граждан, решая вопросы экономического характера и в масштабах страны, и в регионах Российской Федерации, с опорой на то, что у нас происходит в области стабилизации в сфере экономики, государственных финансов и укрепления вооруженных сил.
Oh, and the classic Zoom
Man.
call.
Man, how deluded. Like, also the arrogance that he's putting off, like in the midst of this delusional talk he's doing. So claiming that the Russian forces are advancing on all fronts confidently, it's like, are you insane? It's like you just had to withdraw from the Kenburn Spit because your logistics are collapsing. Also, you can't get any food or supplies or ammo to your frontline forces. They're going to have to be withdrawing soon because they're not going to have anything to fight with. And in the meantime, this arrogance of what I outlined like a few years ago, like Ukraine will simply do that. It's like, what? It's like this dude's wild. I don't know if he understands how much of an idiot he looks like on the world stage. It's like, does he even understand that? Or is he living in such a bubble that he doesn't truly understand that nobody respects him anymore? It's like before the war started, maybe people kind of gave some deference to Putin because they thought maybe he was on the West side, like in some naive sense, but not anymore. Like, definitely not.
Also, on top of that, did you notice, like, muting this really quick, I just want to point out something. When he's talking here at the beginning of the clip, like, he's yapping on, he does this twice through it. He takes his pen and he, like, just, like, draws a line over the paper. What the hell is that for?
It's all bravado. All this, like the tone, the hand movements, the drawing on the paper. It's just all like just a whole bunch of bravado, performative crap, just to look like, oh, I'm still in chess. I'm the chess master. It's like, well, apparently you don't know how to play chess very well because you're losing.
And also on top of that, like through the rest of the clip, just watching it without audio, watch how much he fidgets around with the papers and the paper clips and the pens and everything on the desk. I mean, like if you read body language on the speech, like although he's trying to put up this air of like arrogance, like he's still in charge and everything's going according to plan, everything about his body language, with how much he's having to fidget around while he's talking, generally kind of gives off a sign of like weakness, at least to me, because it seems like he's having to fidget from the stress to try and keep distracted from what he's actually having to say and the reality that he's just lying through his teeth and everything's going about as badly as it can. Because watch, like here at the end of the clip, he starts moving the papers around, he sets them down, he has to start getting other papers, organizing them, setting them down, then he's going to start messing with the paper clips. Like it's an endless amount of just, fidgeting with shit. Like it's so much. It's clear, like, I'll tell you, folks, when I get nervous, I fidget with stuff. If I was Putin, I would say that body language right there shows that I would be nervous as hell even talking about this, and while I'm trying to pretend like I'm in charge, if I was in Putin's shoes, I think he's realizing that the how do we put it in a YouTube safe way? I was about to say something else that starts with an N, has two O's and an SE in it, but I don't think I can say that on YouTube. It's like the world is starting to constrict around him. He's kind of realizing, especially inside of Russia domestically, and he's sitting here just in nervousness, trying to pretend like everything's fine and put on a bravado like that, hoping that will encourage the public to think that everything is okay and under control when even he knows it isn't.
Yeah, he's definitely not in control. I mean, there's a laundry list of failures that Russia's currently experiencing, from the fuel shortage, the food shortage, the Crimea crisis, the frontline situation, the lack of logistics getting to the frontline troops, the withdrawals that's been done from the Kinburn Spit, not to mention the mild soft uprising that's currently happening in Moscow right now, and all the fear and paranoia that's around the Russian civilians, not knowing where the next attack's going to hit because Putin's not defending the cities properly. I mean, the whole house of cards is crumbling. And I think you're right. He might be nervous. That might be why he's acting like this and acting overly confident, as he's trying to put on this air of like he knows what he's doing, but he knows it's crumbling.
But like in the final hours of Nikola Ceausescu, which I think at this point it's going to have Putin's going to have a very similar downfall to him. I don't know if you've ever seen the footage of it, Matthew, but the downfall of Nikola Ceausescu, who was the dictator of Romania until 1989, was filmed in real time, live, while it was happening. And he put on this whole bravado of he's in charge and everything's fine and everything's under control, literally until he left the balcony of the presidential palace in Bucharest and boarded the helicopter to flee Bucharest, because thousands of people were literally storming into the presidential palace at that very moment, trying to come upstairs to kill him on live TV. And he put on this whole air that everything was fine, everything's under control, and everyone loves him, and he loves the people, while his guards were downstairs literally unloading entire magazines into the charging crowds. It's coming off similarly to me as in the final hours of Ceausescu, where he's trying to put off those strongman images, like everything's fine, everything's under control, to try and fake people into thinking it might be, when the reality is far removed from it. But outside of that, a lot of people are talking about these claims that Putin made today, outside of just the substance of watching him in this clip and his body language and all of his other actions. There isn't something important to get out of it. Putin is trying to invoke the Anchorage meeting of last year, and also the Istanbul talks, which went absolutely nowhere in 2022 with Ukraine via Turkey as an intermediary, to try and justify the Ukrainians returning to the table, but largely under Russia's terms. And Russia's terms being that Ukraine would have to give up a quarter of their territory at a minimum, and they would also have to pledge that they will never reform an organized armed force within the future, meaning they'd be wide open to a second invasion by the Russians, and the Ukrainians would really have no way to resist a second round of invasions. And with this in mind, the fact that it's coming around that Putin is saying that he is of the dove and loves peace again, it's quite interesting to note that while he's saying this, the President of the United States is allegedly, well, actually not allegedly, but been straight up saying to Zelensky in a in-person meeting just recently at the G7 that he is incredibly surprised with how Ukraine's doing. They're doing so well. Ukraine has a bright future ahead of them, and is largely starting to flip the script again from the president being more of a fan of the Russians to now it's looking like he's more of a fan of the Ukrainians. And Matthew, what are people thinking right now about Putin's actions in regards to this larger situation going on in the diplomacy realm and foreign policy right now? What are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so that is the question. What are y'all thinking that Putin is trying to do right now? Because he does have a strategy up his sleeve by this whole tactic he's trying right now. He's trying to make it sound like he's willing to negotiate yet again, but there's an ulterior motive behind it. Because remember this, I want to remind everybody about this. Zelensky penned an open letter to Vladimir Putin about, I think it was like a week or a week and a half ago, and he sent the letter out telling Putin that he's willing to meet with Putin one-on-one to end the war, and the negotiations, get this, would start at the current front lines. That was a massive concession by Zelensky, and I was shocked when he made that concession. And what did Putin do? He totally ignored it. He threw it out the window, and the only thing we got out of the Kremlin was Peskov the Rat, the Kremlin spokesperson, saying, Putin might look at it, he'll ignore it. And that's what he ended up doing. He ignored it. He didn't answer Zelensky's call for peace or anything. So now, just a week and a half later, Putin once again is claiming that he's ready for peace talks, but it's based on the Istanbul Agreement, which was made back in like 2022 or something like that. So, plot twist, it's not 2022 anymore, and Russia is now crumbling like a house of cards. So what is Putin trying to do here? 46% said he's simply trying to manipulate the United States officials, while 25% said he's being forced to negotiate due to the frontline losses, and 24% said it seems like a non-offer in the first place based on this Istanbul Agreement. So I would say this. Like I said before, Putin knows that right now his only hope is to revert back to trying to win over the United States officials with BS and lies. That's the only hope he has right now, and he's trying his damnedest to play that card, or that hand once again, that hand of cards. But right now, it does appear, at least temporarily, the U.S. president is on the side of Zelensky. But I will caution people, I'm sure Ukraine's very aware of this as well, the U.S. president is not consistent. So right now, he could be saying that he likes Ukraine. The next minute, once Putin says that Ukraine's evil, the next minute the president could flip back to Vladimir Putin's side. That's just the way it works. We've seen that happen time and time again. So we can't rely on that. So right now, it's going good with Zelensky in the United States, but it could change. And I think that's what Vladimir Putin is counting on. And I'm with the 46%. But Enforcer, what say you?
In an interview that was had today with Dmitry Kuleba, who is the former foreign minister of the state of Ukraine, he actually stated that in his own opinion, in his own experience, he would believe that the president of the United States' words that he's been saying recently, that the Ukrainians are doing really well, and he's actually kind of on Team Ukraine. He doesn't really believe that those are of any substance, and I would have to say that I would agree with him. I don't really believe that the president's words of the United States, for that matter, are of any substance when it pertains to anything in foreign policy. Today he could be a big fan of Ukraine. Tomorrow he could absolutely turn against him. I want to remind you all of a current foreign policy spat that's going on right now with the Italians, in that the president of the United States talked about Prime Minister Meloni of Italy in a very positive light, because he stated that politically, in terms of domestic ideology, they had a lot in common, and that she was a strong and competent leader that was putting the other political minority in their place and whatnot. And now recently, the president of the United States has just completely gone on the offensive against Meloni and is starting to talk about how the Italians are a weak country and she's a weak person, because of this whole thing that happened, because of this allegation that the president made that Meloni was basically on her knees begging to just have a picture with him when he was at the G7, which she denies ever even happened at all. And from what we can tell, it doesn't really look like that happened. So, at any moment, the president could just turn on you on a whim. It doesn't even matter if domestically, on the domestic political side, you look ideologically aligned. You could just flip at any minute and then flip back the next day to saying that you're the greatest of friends. So I would say that really at this point right now, I don't really think there's any reason to believe that the U.S. position is stable and is now leaning back into Ukraine's favor permanently, because here in probably a couple of weeks, we'll start hearing about how the president says that Zelensky's a crook and he's a terrible guy, and Putin really does want peace, and it's all Zelensky's fault that the war's still going, because we've seen this flip-flop happen so many times over the past year that there's no reason to believe that it wouldn't happen again.
Oh yeah, and the most infamous flip flop that we saw before, the one that caught everybody's attention because you literally couldn't miss it. It was that unprecedented. Is when they invited Zelensky to come to the United States and specifically come to the White House. Zelensky obliged the United States. He came over. He came into the White House. And then they cordoned Zelensky off into the media room of the White House, and I guess the living room or the meeting area inside the White House. They brought the press in, and then they proceeded to politically ambush Zelensky in front of the entire press and made him look like a fool in front of everybody. And they were doing him really dirty. That was where the infamous "you didn't say thank you" line came from, the vice president. So I mean, that happened, and back then it looked like maybe the U.S. was going to start supporting Ukraine then too. And then all of a sudden there was that huge flip in the White House, and things went sideways. And then we came to the current point we're at right now. So it's very, very tricky with that kind of stuff right there. But luckily, though, Ukraine is not dependent on the United States anymore for that kind of stuff. They are largely independent. The only thing they're still kind of relying on the U.S. for is air defense interceptors for the Patriots. And right now, they're still not getting those really anyway. So I'm not sure if that's too big of a loss regardless.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I also saw someone in the chat say, well, the president actually has a reason for going up against Meloni because of this and that on her domestic policies. Here's the problem, though. I think some people like you miss, not to name you particularly, but the Italians' domestic in political affairs are none of our concern as the United States of America. If Meloni had a whole bunch of political campaign promises she made on the domestic political level, and then she ended up not following through on any of them and did a complete 180, that's not really our problem, because the United States of America is not the Italian Republic. So we do not need to say, oh, well, Meloni has to meet these domestic political requirements that don't even affect the United States in any way, shape, or form for us to be happy with them and be in an alliance with them internationally. What matters to us as the United States is the relation they have with us which is entirely foreign policy related. So Italy could do whatever the hell they want as far as domestic politics is concerned. They could create a socialist state for all we care. But as long as the Italians say, we love the United States and we would be willing to stand up and fight right alongside the United States and have huge trade relations with the U.S. and huge military alliance relations, that's all that the United States cares about, because that's the only way that we interact with the Italians. We don't say, oh, U.S. citizens are affected by Italian law. So I think a lot of people get lost in the weeds when we talk about foreign policy and like to make it sound like there's domestic politics involved in that as well, which never gets involved in the equation whatsoever. So outside of that, with that in mind, the president's position on Ukraine could flip at any moment. I wouldn't even consider this to be positive news. I didn't even take it as anything at all today, because the president will flip in a week. He'll talk to someone in the administration who tells him that the Ukrainians are bastards and whatnot. He'll be right back on tweeting about how bad they are. So we'll see that happen when it happens. But anyways, with that in mind, it is time for us to get on into the rest of the news that we have for the night, as we still have some news left to cover inside of Moscow. Well, actually, we'll skip that news. It's not incredibly big news. It's kind of like smaller topic things. We're actually going to be moving on out of Russia and on into Western Europe, the United States, the Middle East, East Asia, and the front lines in Ukraine, which we still have not covered yet. But before we get to all of that, I do have to say a humongous thanks to everybody who has been watching so far tonight. Over the course of the first hour and a half of news, which this has still been going on for quite some time here, we've been able to see that 80,000 people have watched this stream, and we've had a peak viewership of almost 18,000 people. I think it's just like 20 short, in the middle of the World Cup being held right now, which is really crazy. And I gotta say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many of y'all would be here tonight listening to the news here on this channel. And I hope that many of y'all have been enjoying the World Cup as well. I've heard that a lot of people have been having a good time with that, watching the games, and also entertaining foreign guests that we've had here in the United States who have traveled here for the World Games. So hopefully a lot of people have been having fun with that. But before we get on into the rest of our news, I do want to make sure that we take 3 questions from the chat and then get on into the rest of the news. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first of the super chats here, our first one is going to go to none other than Kerberos3, who put in a very generous $100 super chat. Now, a big thanks to you, Kerberos, for that very generous support right there, and we appreciate that very much as always. And Kerberos said, "I can't offer more this month. I want to catch emergency savings back up again to the full 6 month after surgery. But here you go, and one from the chat, please." And also, I hope you're recovering from that surgery, by the way. I'm sorry to hear that had to happen right there. I know these days, like going to the hospital can be a bankrupting style of event these days. Very expensive, even with insurance, it can be bankrupting these days, which is appalling. But that's just the way it works with our medical system these days. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I'd have to say, I mean, like, medical bills these days are insane, unbelievably expensive. And I hope that you are able to build your savings back up, Kerberos, and everything goes well with the recovery of that surgery, because that has to be pretty tough. I haven't really gone under any surgeries in my life, luckily enough, although the health defects are certainly starting to pile up these days, at least for me. I haven't had to go under surgery yet, and I kind of consider myself fairly lucky in that regard. But for folks who have gone through, I've heard that the recovery can actually be somewhat difficult. So I hope that it's going well and that things are continuing to remain on the mend. And also, I would completely understand about building up savings. That's completely understandable. We thank you humongously for the massive amounts of support that you've given the channel over the years and continue to give the channel, so that way we can keep this thing on air and keep it rolling. Folks like you have held a very important role in this channel. The channel is completely supported by the viewers alone. We don't have any ads or sponsors that run on these streams, and it's folks like you who helped us to keep this thing running for years and years and years. All of the people in the audience who go out of their way to support the channel when quite literally no one has to. And I've got to say that you have been one of the amazing people who watch the show almost every single day, and also have supported it along the way, which is hugely helpful for us to be able to keep our lights on, to pay our bills, and to keep doing this as our full-time job. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again. I also got to say $1,750 for an ambulance. Jeez, I mean, I didn't know ambulances were that expensive. Like I knew they were expensive.
That's kind of low right there. Actually, I've heard of bills being crazy, much crazier than that for just the ambulance.
Jeez, man. I gotta say, folks, like the medical system in the United States of America and how much things cost these days like, no matter what way you look at it, whether they went totally privatized or nationalized, it is a very broken system, at least financially, that requires a significant amount of reform in one way or another. I can't tell you which way would be the right way, but with how bad things are going these days, with how hard it is to afford anything or to get decent medical care in the country, there needs to be huge reforms that occur over the next couple of decades to try and fix it. But a huge thanks to you so much once again, Kerberos, for that support, and we will make sure to take one from the live chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so the live chat question in honor of Kerberos goes to none other than Miss Disa, who said, "What would
Hey!
Ukraine do with hundreds of surrendering soldiers?"
Well, it's actually a little bit hard to answer. If there were thousands of them or tens of thousands of them, like in Crimea, the Ukrainians probably do not have the proper infrastructure to be able to house all of them in a real prisoner of war camp, meaning that they would either have to hastily construct a prisoner of war camp, or, as the Geneva Convention states, the country that captures them has to provide as best they can for them, but that doesn't mean that there has to be like certain expectations of like 3 square meals, a perfect roof over their head, and whatnot. They could create what's called a stockade, but those are generally looked at very badly these days. Like, even if it is generally allowed in the Geneva Convention, if it was impossible to house them in a proper POW facility off of the bat, the Ukrainians could create a stockade, which is basically just a walled off area that you have manned by a couple of machine guns. You provide them food and water inside of the stockade while you try and get them other more permanent sorts of POW camps to stay in, and you just kind of keep them in the wide open there. That was actually somewhat common on both sides of the Civil War, especially the Union during the end of the Civil War, because there were so many Confederate prisoners of war that they were taking on, and also the Confederacy took on a lot of Union prisoners as well, that they really, both sides had any way to actually properly take care of them or put them in real camps. So they just had to create stockades, which is just a cordon off area, and put them in it, and if they tried to escape, they'd shoot them. And usually the conditions were pretty rough in those sorts of stockades, but that might be the only option that the Ukrainians have, at least in the immediate near term. But if the Ukrainians see that it is strategically obvious that they're going to be taking on a lot of prisoners, they could be in the process of constructing new POW camps in real time right now that we just don't know of yet. So that way, when they take on these prisoners, they can house them. Also, by the way, another provision that exists in the Geneva Convention, which is one that a lot of people are kind of shocked about, is that if you take a prisoner of war in an active battle and you have no way to provide for them and you have no way to process them to be a prisoner of war, generally you can get rid of them, to put it that way. Although that's something that also no one really likes to say these days, and no one really likes to follow through on. I really don't like the idea of that either. But in a condition like a mass surrender in Crimea, that would probably never happen because the army has surrendered. There really isn't an active fight going on at that point. The Ukrainians would probably have a pretty large processing setup made to process the men as POWs, because the more they get out of the conflict, the better for them. But it actually appears that we have news that the Belbek and Kacha airfields just north of Sevastopol are currently under attack amid the ongoing blackouts in the city. So, Matthew, what do we have on that?
So that's pretty much all we have on it. Just a real quick piece of breaking news. We are hearing preliminary information that Belbek and Kacha, that both of those Russian airfields are under attack. It appears to be a good swarm of them are heading for those airfields. Also, a brand new wave of strikes is heading for Sevastopol from the seaside, it appears like. So they're coming in from the water into the coast and hitting Sevastopol. So we will be tracking that. Not a whole bunch on it right now, but that is the first we've heard of it.
Interesting. We'll see if we get any video and picture evidence on that, hopefully soon. And so with that, a humongous thanks to you for the incredible support, Kerberos3. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our second super chat here is going to go to none other than Paul W724. And thank you very much, Paul, for that $50 support as well. And we appreciate that very, very much. And Paul said, "Slav Ukraine."
And Ram Slava, and a humongous thanks to you for that incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to cover the crazy news coming out of Ukraine and everywhere else in the world that we have had the great fortune of covering for the past 4.5 years almost. And I gotta say, humongous thanks to you so much once again for helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help us to keep this thing running. And so with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be getting on into the rest of the news for the night.
All right, so our last super chat into our last segment goes to Jack Ray, who puts in an $11 support, and thank you very much, Jack, as well for the support. He said, Did you see Putin was holding those pages sideways in that conference while he acted like he was referencing points on the page? Each page he held had a backing and landscape print, a total fakery.
I did notice that. I wasn't going to mention it because I was like, maybe I'm just like, not noticing it right. Maybe the back side's printed one way and then the front side's printed another. But that was really weird. Like, I will admit, that was extremely weird. And it looks like he wasn't even reading it. He was just doing all that stuff for the showmanship, like Matthew was saying. So I would definitely say it was bizarre. The whole deal that he was doing there was bizarre. Like how much he was fidgeting. He wouldn't look at the camera. He had this weird tone in his voice. He sounds unwell, really. Like he sounds mentally unwell at this point. But with that, I hope that does address it the best we can. And a huge thanks to you for support, Jack Ray, and helping this channel to keep on running. And so with that, folks, it is time for us to move on out of the question segment and get on into the rest of the news that we have for the night. Moving us on out of Russia and Ukraine for a brief minute and covering some other news going on around the world, the 45th Panzer Brigade is moving to Lithuania. Many Lithuanians have heard this a while ago. It was like 80 years ago or so. It had very different connotations to it. But nowadays, it's a good thing when the Germans come to Lithuania. And right now, the Bundeswehr is... I mean, honestly, man, like, it's like, hearing the Germans are going to Lithuania, it's like, it brings up questions, But the Bundeswehr is continuing the deployment of its first permanent overseas brigade in Lithuania. And some people said that this isn't the first time that the Germans have deployed overseas in the comment section of my video yesterday. And I don't think they listened too well because those units were not permanently deployed in places like Afghanistan or Iraq. They were temporarily deployed as a part of combat operations. This is the first time that a German brigade is going to be permanently deployed and stationed in an allied nation outside of Germany's borders. That's the big difference here between this and what's happening and the Germans being in Afghanistan and Iraq in small extents and elsewhere in other situations. But according to what we've been able to hear, by the end of 2027, nearly 5,000 German troops are expected to be stationed there to strengthen NATO's eastern flank. According to the Lithuanian Minister of Defense, Robertas Kaunas, construction on the necessary infrastructure is running almost 10 months ahead of schedule. AKA, the Lithuanians are really stressing. They got that high cortisol grind going on GOT, and they want the Germans there to kind of help them out a little bit. This is actually a very important thing for the Lithuanians to get, because the 45th Panzer Brigade is a armored brigade. And right now, the Lithuanians do not have an armored brigade of their own inside of Lithuania. They're currently working on one, and they already have purchase orders from Rheinmetall to be able to get Leopard 2 A8s, if I'm not mistaken, and a specific export variant of it for Lithuania, but they still don't have it yet. So the 45th Panzer Brigade would be the only permanently based armored brigade in the whole of Lithuania once they move in completely, which apparently will be incredibly soon, as we are hearing that they're almost up to full strength even right now. So a very nice thing to hear, and good to see that Lithuania is getting additional forward deployed support by other NATO allies to help them out in the eventuality of a possible war with the Russians. We've also been able to hear that within Germany today, speaking of the Germans still, train services were suspended nationwide in Germany as the Deutsche Bahn faced a severe disruption of its digital rail radio system. This was actually quite an interesting development today. We've never really seen this happen before on our coverage, and that's why we're covering it today, because it looks like it might be some sort of a cyber attack against the Deutsche Bahn's radio systems, and that has led to significant cancellations of rail cargo schedules and also passenger schedules today due to them no longer being able to effectively communicate or coordinate the rail traffic across Germany's state railways. So a very interesting occurrence there. In other news, and I have a feeling that a lot of British people are about to be losing in the chat, although y'all definitely heard this yesterday, the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has announced his resignation at 10 Downing Street as of yesterday, and currently the United Kingdom is going to be going through the process of selecting a new prime minister and reforming a new government. This is something that has been coming for a couple of days. We were able to hear on Friday that there was already a word coming out from 10 Downing Street that the prime minister was going to be announcing his resignation on Monday, and he announced it directly on Monday. They even had like the horrific looking car image of him on Saturday, if I'm not mistaken, or Sunday, which usually happens whenever someone's about to die or be removed from office inside the United Kingdom. It's very weird how the tabloids always line that up to be perfect. But nevertheless, right now, from what I'm understanding, just to explain the situation in the United Kingdom, the Labour Party, which Keir Starmer was the prime minister of, is going to go through the process of selecting a new prime minister from within their ranks. The resignation of the prime minister is not creating a snap election or invoking a snap election, which is where they would then go to a national election for all of the members of parliament, which is where they find out how many seats are Tory, how many seats are Labour, and how many seats fall to the other smaller parties within the parliament. And then afterwards, they would then start the formation of a new government and selecting a new prime minister. This time, that's not the case. There is no snap election, so the Labour Party still has the majority party seat within the parliament, and that means that the Labour Party will just go about selecting a new prime minister from amidst their current members of parliament. So we'll most likely see that the power struggle begins inside the Labour Party soon, and they'll select a new prime minister. But outside of that, we can only say that Keir Starmer's political legacy, both in foreign policy and also in domestic policy in the United Kingdom, has been nothing short of extremely controversial. In foreign policy, considering that that's the one thing we can speak of here on this channel, because we don't touch domestic politics with a 10-foot pole no matter where it may be, in foreign policy, Keir Starmer largely could be summarized as a fairly weak prime minister. The prime minister would usually promise exorbitant and fairly aggressive actions in the near territorial waters and overseas waters of the United Kingdom, and would very rarely ever follow through with those sorts of actions. Nevertheless, many of Britons have celebrated the resignation of the prime minister. Many have lamented it. It is certainly something for the ages, however, that one of the most controversial prime ministers has finally ended their short tenure of 2 years as prime minister of the United Kingdom. So moving us on out of that little bit of news, it is time for us to move on and into the news that we got out of the United States today. U.S. intelligence is saying that sorry, I forgot. That's a big bombshell news. I'm trying to build up to that one. Matt, you already saw that, I think, for a brief moment, the Senate thing. So we need to get that poll up and running because it's coming right around the corner. But according to some intelligence agencies in the United States, next generation AI could launch serious and offensive and defensive cyber attacks against the United States, and could also open up that potential for the United States to conduct such large and damaging cyber attacks against the enemies of the United States of America as well, including the People's Republic of China, the Islamic Republic of Iran, God bless, give them another 300 billion, and the Russian Federation. So we are understanding that they are seeing a decent amount of potential in terms of threats and potential within the next generation AI systems that are going to be coming out, because apparently they're already getting a look at them, and they look fairly advanced at the moment right now. Now it's time for me to get you all into the bombshell news that came out today. The U.S. Senate today has voted 50 to 48 to halt the Iran war unless the President of the United States receives approval from the Congress, specifically from the Senate. This appears to be quite a significant move today, as it is going to be limiting the United States in stopping any further offensive or military actions or hostilities, as they're legally called, against the Islamic Republic of Iran, unless if the President gets authorization from the U.S. Senate, as laid out in the U.S. Constitution, to be able to continue on any hostilities against the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is a fairly interesting action. Many people believe that this would not be the case, and the Senate would obliterate any sort of war powers restrictions on the President. Yet still, surprisingly enough, they actually did approve it, and it did go through. So the president could try and veto this, and we believe that that might be an attempt that's made here in the near future. But it certainly is something interesting, as it does appear that the Congress has actually waved its authority around for one of the first times we've seen in a year and a half, and said that if the president wants to go back to war, they have to go through the Congress. And right now, a lot of people are talking about this very action that was made today in the halls of the Senate. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that at the moment right now, hearing this bombshell news on air? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so that is a pretty big move right there, I will say. I was not expecting that, but the Senate now has voted, in addition to the House that had already previously voted about this. They voted to force the president to seek congressional approval before he resumes hostilities with Iran, essentially preventing the war from restarting by law at this point. So that's a very big move. What do you think about that? 52% said it is a good move, while 28% said it's a bad move, and 13% said they're indifferent on this one right here. And previously, I had said that the US president should finish the job, and by doing something like this in the midst of the war about to restart, which we thought it was going to restart, and then the president ended up basically surrendering to Iran to a large degree, we said it would be unwise to do something like this because it would hamper the president in responding and finishing the job inside of Iran. But now the president's made it clear he's not going to be finishing the job inside of Iran. He's going to do whatever it takes to basically, capitulate to Iran and give them stuff to negotiate with and bring the war to an end by basically appeasing a terrorist regime. That's essentially what's happening right now, in my personal opinion. So I would say that at this point, under those circumstances, this is a good move because, all presidents, not just the current one, all presidents should be getting a declaration of war to go back and start wars like this. It shouldn't be something that the executive gets to do on its own, and that simply is upheld by constitutional principles. The president should have to go to Congress, and right now, this current law that's been passed, or at least this resolution, is pushing the president to have to do that. So we've already seen that the president is highly upset about this. He, in fact, just put out a Truth Social post about it, lashing out. So he's not happy about it. I just want to emphasize this, by the way. This doesn't mean he can't go back to war entirely. It simply means he has to go and fulfill the constitutional requirement to go to Congress and seek approval for it. So apparently he's upset that he even has to get approval for it from the looks of it.
Yeah, it does. That's pretty on tune at this point for the president, to act like he doesn't have to answer to anybody. But I would have to say that I would be with the 51%. This is a pretty good move. Now, I would say that it'd be a bad move, and it'd be an absolutely stupid one, if the Congress said that the president cannot continue hostilities whatsoever if he approached them and asked for the permission to do so in the future. If they said no to that, now that would be absolutely stupid. But the Congress waiving its power and showing that they still have authority to limit the actions of the president and require him to go through the Congress to get approval for something is something I'm completely in support of. The United States of America is a federal republic with a constitution that enforces the balance of powers. It would be absolutely stupid to act like we were a presidential republic where the president can make all decisions entirely on his own without any approval or having to run it through the Congress or the other branches of government to see if they support the action. There is no such thing as a dictatorial power within the United States. They can do whatever they want on a whim and nobody can tell them not to. And so I would say that this is a fairly good action to see by the Congress, even if it only passed by minor margins. If the president vetoes it, we might see that it actually gets passed a second time around with even larger margins. But nevertheless, I think this is an important thing to show that the Congress must be informed and must consent to the actions of the president. Otherwise, they are actually going to shoot the stuff down.
Yeah, and honestly, it doesn't sound to me like the Senate doesn't want to go back to war. I think we don't want to conflate the two different things here. Some people are interpreting this resolution that the Senate passed to prevent the president from going back to war without approval. Some people are interpreting that to mean that he doesn't have support to go back to war. I don't think it means that. I think what this means is the Senate is finally putting their foot down because they're not getting properly informed, or at least what we've heard so far from various different sources. They claim they're not getting properly briefed by the executive branch about the operations that's taking place, for example, in Iran and elsewhere. That's what they're claiming. So to me, it sounds like the Senate's simply demanding that they get properly informed and that they're properly consulted on these things. Essentially, what they're doing is they're trying to claw back some of the power and some of the power they've relinquished to the executive branch by being silent through all these events, which they should have been speaking up well before now, but they never did. So they're trying to, I would assume, undo some of the damage that's been done.
Yeah, I would assume so, and I would say that this is a very prudent action to be taken. To take. I would say that honestly, at this point, most of the Congress should be on board with it, regardless of party affiliation. Because it's like if they're not on board, what they're basically saying is that they really don't care and they really don't want to have any authority, and the president can just make all the decisions. They're just there to collect a check, which isn't really a good look for either house of the Congress, whether it be the representatives or the Senate. But nevertheless, still a good thing to hear. But moving us on out of that, we have also been able to hear of other news that has been occurring from around the globe pertaining to Iran. Not to go through all of the news that we had on Sunday once more, but to just recap where the talks are going right now, the talks have been an absolute slog and really nothing has come out of them yet. But the Iranians did say that, according to a spokesperson for the Iranian Foreign Ministry, the nuclear issue was not on the agenda and Iran did not agree to any new commitments during Sunday's negotiations in Switzerland. meaning that the Iranians have not discussed nuclear whatsoever with the United States, although it was in the Memorandum of Understanding to some extent. In the meantime, the United States did give the Islamic Republic of Iran a 60-day waiver, as the U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent stated that a temporary 60-day general license has been issued allowing Iran to resume oil production and export sales. So that does appear that the United States will be giving a reprieve to the Iranian oil industry and allowing them to ship it out. That's also something that's a little bit interesting as well, because we've been hearing that apparently it's projected that the Iranians will be making in excess of $10 billion in profits from oil sales over that period of 60 days, now that this has been allowed, which means that the Iranians are getting basically $10 billion free that the United States didn't have to let them have, because we could have just continued to keep the sanctions in place. We've also been able to hear that the Iranians are also going to be coordinating with the Omanis, according to the Iranian speaker Ghalibaf and Foreign Minister Arachi, for high-level talks with Sultan Hatem bin Tariq of Oman. The discussions will focus on strengthening bilateral relations and exploring potential frameworks for the joint management of the Strait of Hormuz, as that still is laid out in the Memorandum of Understanding, and we've not seen that challenged or rescinded yet by the United States. We've also been able to hear out of the capital of Tehran that allegedly, according to a television interview on state TV in Iran, he read what he claimed was classified correspondence, the person on TV being the he, from Mujtaba Khamenei, and alleged that the letters showed Iran's negotiating team had overstepped his orders. The claims were dismissed by a spokesman for the negotiating team as old and distorted, according to The Guardian, which reported this information. So it appears that there's still a little bit of ebb and flow between two different groups, the jingoists and the more so peacemakers inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and they're not really arguing about victory or defeat. They're more so arguing about getting a scolding victory out of the United States' hands by a surrender, or just beating the United States into the ground at this point, considering that the U.S. isn't willing to break the blockade inside the Hormuz. We also got a very interesting story out of the Khuzestan province in Avaj that was apparently reported by CNN. And to read you all the exact statement that we got from Ocean Defender summarizing the story, the American pilot of a U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle that was shot down over Iran in April, requiring a high-risk rescue mission by special forces, described a shocking sight before ejecting from his aircraft. Multiple Iranian drones hovering in the air, moving as a large formation that resembled a jellyfish, according to sources familiar with the matter that spoke to CNN. Multiple drones interconnected and moved as one, with smaller drones below the bigger drones like legs. One of the sources familiar with the pilot's witness account told CNN. Real alien-like shit. Another source said, that sick magic shit. Yeah, like that sick magic shit. Man, that's literally a quote.
Man, real alien shit. Man, we got flying these fighter jets these days.
Apparently, this is someone who heard the pilot story and then recounted it at CNN.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'd have to say, like, that also raises some credibility questions. Is like, did this guy kind of add some imaginative flair to the story? But another source said that the pilot described witnessing a minefield of drones in the air prior to being downed over Iran. The pilot's account immediately set off a firestorm of debate that is yet to be resolved within the U.S. Intelligence Committee. I will tell you all quite simply what I think it was. It was just all of the Shahed 136s showing up on the radar before they got shot down as they were flying in for another strike on a Gulf state country. The Iranians have not been proven, and no country, not even Ukraine, has any anti-air drones of that type that would operate in that form. And considering that Ukraine has the most advanced drone systems on the planet, probably what was being seen on the radar was just a large blob of drones flying towards a Gulf state nation at the time of the shoot-down, and when they got shot down, and the pilot recounted the story to someone, they apparently misunderstood the story, and then they went out and said that it was some sick magic shit or wizard shit that went on, and I don't really think there was much to this.
Maybe, maybe not. I mean, that seemed the story you're putting out right there about the whole thing about it being possibly just Shaheeds moving toward the aircraft. Maybe that seems possible, but I wouldn't rule out though, because we got to remember China's supplying a lot of weapons to Iran, and Iran is basically turning into China's test bed, kind of like Ukraine has become the United States test bed for new weapon systems to see if they actually work in a real combat environment. It's remotely possible that maybe the pilot actually did see something novel that was kind of new, a new type of weapon, and maybe it was something that China was trying to test on maybe the U.S. forces inside of Iran by letting the Iranian forces field it. But it's just kind of hard, though. I mean, it's an anecdotal report. We don't have any video evidence of it. I'm sure that there's probably some video evidence out there, but it's not being released. So it's just kind of interesting with that. I would assume that since the fighter pilot's familiar with aviation, that he would probably know the difference between some type of jellyfish-looking drone or a Shahed. I would assume you'd know the difference. Also, there's always a stigma about fighter pilots reporting unknown aerial sightings. They're always like written off as like crazies or something like that, like they said they've seen a UFO. But recently it's come out that there actually have been UFOs that these pilots have seen, and we've seen it on the targeting pod data from some of these aircraft. So I wouldn't write it off completely, but without the video evidence, we just can't really tell.
Yeah, I would say we can't really tell for sure, but I would still be in kind of like the leaning of the pilot recounted something that's probably very conventional, and then the witness to the story that then recounted to CNN might have embellished some of the details, because to me it sounds a little bit unreasonable. We know that the craft was shot down by a man-pad. The Iranians said that, we said that, everybody said that. These drones had nothing to do and was not involved at all with taking down the F-15E. And the fact that they're saying that they saw multiple drones interconnected and moving as one with smaller drones below the bigger drones like legs, that sounds very much to me like if I was taking this at any value, that sounds very much to me like they were seeing that on a radar signature, because if those drones were that close to the aircraft that they physically saw them, they would literally be flying through the swarm. And the fact that they said, it looked like a little jellyfish, I'm assuming that they're probably seeing the radar blips on their HUD, and they were seeing that, and then they were going, oh, that's pretty wild. It kind of looked like a jellyfish, sort of, before we got shot down. And that's what
Yeah.
they were recounting, because anything else wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense.
Now, one thing I do want to point out real quick is there was a video out there that was released by the Department of Defense quite a while back. It was a video showing some sort of odd, like, flying object flying over a camp in the Middle East. I can't remember if it was in Afghanistan or where it was, but in the video it showed a almost like jellyfish-looking object like moving through the air, like right above the military camp. And nobody was able to identify what that was. Not even the Department of Defense could identify what the object was. And it clearly was moving under its own propulsion. Sadly, we can't show the video here. I don't have it available right now, but some people will know immediately what I'm talking about with that. So maybe it's something like that. That was a long time ago, though. This is in 2026. This one just happened, just a couple of days ago or a couple of weeks ago. So I don't know. I wish we had video of it.
Yeah, I would say I wish we did have video. Beyond that, it is quite an interesting story that does invite conversation, whether or not you believe that it's as fanciful as it claims. But moving on from that, we also were able to see that within southern Lebanon, apparently the Israelis broke the ceasefire. Hey! Hey! The IDF shelled the town of Mashal Matsori and Bil Atsiad in southern Lebanon. And this is the first violation of the ceasefire in 37 hours. And I gotta say, folks, we said this before, and we've gotten heat on the show, so get ready to drop another coin in the enforcers are right jar, because we used to say in the past, back when Hezbollah was breaking the ceasefires, everyone was like, Hezbollah's bastards. We said, well, if it wasn't them, it's going to be the Israelis, because they violated plenty of ceasefires on their own time that Hezbollah hadn't violated yet. And the U.S. had just gotten Hezbollah and Israel to agree to another ceasefire. And the one before that, the one that had been broken to create the new ceasefire that we're talking about right now, that one was broken by Hezbollah. Hezbollah attacked Israel, I believe, within like 48 hours of the last ceasefire before this one getting signed. And everyone went, oh, it's always going to be Hezbollah. And we said, well, yeah, Hezbollah are a group of bastards, but the Israelis also break ceasefires left and right as well. The new one that was just made and is now off the table again was broken by the Israelis because they went out of their way to break the ceasefire. The truth of the matter is, folks, is that it's completely impossible to negotiate a ceasefire between anyone fighting Israel and Israel fighting anybody else. You're counting on the impossible. The Israelis love to bombard enemy groups, no matter who they are, even if it wouldn't make any sense in a larger foreign policy framework to do that at that point in time. And the groups that are fighting Israel want to attack Israel as much as they can, and they're never going to stop. So trying to get involved in that and even make any kind of a ceasefire is a completely pointless endeavor and a waste of time. But moving us on out of the Middle East, we've also been able to hear of some news in East Asia. Getting us on into some of this news over here, some of this juicy news, we were able to hear that the Republic of China is now conducting a 5-day combat readiness military exercise on the entirety of the island of Taiwan. Now, I won't be able to show you all this whole clip because there's this giant watermark in the middle of it that makes it hard for us to show this sort of a thing, but it is an important one to show. Because if we can show y'all just little snippets of it right here, we can see that the ROC's armed forces are moving around the island, and from what we understand, this is a combat readiness exercise to try and make sure that the army of Taiwan can defend against a Chinese amphibious landing, and also be able to mobilize and maneuver around the island effectively enough to be able to engage the landing PLA forces and stop them from pushing farther on into the island. The ROC's army is not the most up-to-date in terms of its ground fighting forces. You can see right there that that's actually a heavily upgraded M48 Patton. Those went into production in the 1950s. The reason why they're not that modern is because the Republic of China's army, or Republic of China ground forces, whichever way you would want to call it, are really the last line of defense. They're not really expected to engage the Chinese. The Taiwanese put a lot more money into their air defense forces, their anti-ship forces, and their air force, because those are going to be the main elements that fight the Chinese. The plan for Taiwan is to stop the communist Chinese from ever making landfall on the mainland of Taiwan. If that happens, something's gone very wrong, and they're generally on the losing end of that war already. So that's why the Army's equipment doesn't look that advanced, yet they're still conducting significant drills to try and show off that while they're not the most advanced technologically in every respect, they still would have the fighting spirit, the training, and the doctrinal abilities to be able to repel a Chinese amphibious landing if it ever even got to that point. We can see, not to show you all the footage here entirely because it does have a watermark on it, just some stills of the tanks and other vehicles of the ROC army moving around on the island of Taiwan. Moving us on out of that news, we also were able to hear that fuel shortages have reached Vladivostok in the Russian Federation here in the Far East, as we do see lines forming for the gas stations even out here. This is
Looks like Vladivostok.
Man, Vladivostok.
I couldn't say that for the life of me. I sound like a goofball just saying that right then. But y'all know what I'm saying. Vladivostok.
Man, they got that low stock. They don't even got it. They don't even have it. We also were able to see that China is shipping in fuel by the truckload into Russia, either trying to make that sick moolah or they're just trying to help the Russians out. We're not really sure which. And also, these trucks look like shit. I mean, look at that tank. I mean, that thing is like hardly kept up at all. Where did it come from?
They're sending their finest, their best. These trucks right here, these 3 trucks will solve Russia's fuel problem.
Man, I heard that in China, man, the Minister of Defense got on air and said that they're going to be helping out with that Fent money.
Man, I'll tell you what, look at them go. That's a long line of them too right there. I guess they're presuming they're going to help out. I wonder if this would be military targets for Ukraine, since they're moving in fuel, presumably, to help, power the war. I mean, would this be considered targets for Ukraine?
Probably, yeah. I don't think they're going to be going all the way across Russia. But if they do, I think the Ukrainians would probably blow them up if they got close enough to Ukraine and within medium range drone striking distance. I think they probably hit them and destroy them, regardless of whether they're Chinese or not. But moving us on out of that little bit of news here near to the People's Republic of China, it's now time for us to finally return, folks, back into Ukraine and to cover the rest of the news that we have for the D. And we haven't even gotten through the sliver of news that we have left in Russia. Silly me. We gotta make sure to cover that. I'm going to be trying to remove some of the unnecessary and redundant posts though from our coverage here, because I do want to make sure we can get to the front line and cover everything else there in a reasonable amount of time. In Bryansk, we were able to confirm that there were strikes near to the railway station in this area. The Ukrainians are working hard. Oh my god, that scared me.
Double that screaming woman.
Man, scream like a squealing pig. Listen to it. I mean, damn.
You just made the situation so much worse with that screaming.
I've always just been so terrified of drone strikes that didn't hurt me at all. But anyways, moving on from that, and down near the border, there is an ongoing Ukrainian drone attack, which we already covered to some extent live on air right now, that is still happening against the Russian Federation. In Voronezh, we also were able to confirm that a significant semiconductor factory, this one right here, was blown to pieces by an FP5 Flamingo. I'm not going to go through all the video and pictures we have of this, but this is fairly important. The Russian Federation does not have a large amount of semiconductor factories at all on their territory. This is basically a quarter of their semiconductor production capacity that was destroyed in this one factory. So we're assuming And we're just taking a broad guess at it. This might be hurting the Russian war industry a good bit, considering that the semiconductors are used in ballistic missiles, air defense, cruise missiles, and the whole like of weapon systems, also including drones that they fire at the Ukrainians. So very unfortunate for them what happened in Voronezh. Send them a bouquet of flowers. What a tragedy. We also were able to see that in Belgrade and the Kursk oblasts of the Russian Federation, due to a shortage, strict limits on the sale of fuel were introduced, limiting its release in canisters, meaning that jerry cans will no longer be refueled at gas stations, and setting limits on displacement. Oh, sounds like they're getting more strict, I tell you, more strict. In the meantime, we are waiting for Zelensky's deadline to tick down to D-Day on the 25th of June, as Zelensky did lay out that if the Belarusians did not remove the repeaters from the border, the Ukrainians were going to go out of their way to blow them up. So far, the Ukrainians haven't done that yet. That's because the deadline hasn't hit, and the deadline's going to hit in 2 days. So we're going to be waiting and seeing if that happens. Hopefully, it will. Moving us on out of that bit of news, we've also been able to hear within the occupied territories of Ukraine that there was another drone attack on the city of Luhansk last night. Ебать.
Это
Опа,
дрон.
блядь.
Ебать!
It's just a normal night
Wow.
in Luhansk.
Man, I'll tell you what, just crazy. Yeah, bat.
Yeah, bad, bleed. We also got to see the supply trucks around the next city were being swacked left and right all day long today. Didn't look good for him. We can also see one of the little escort cars with the mount for the machine gun was also blown away as well right here in this clip. Oh, tragic. Like, so sad. They're even hitting the escorts. The escorts seem hopeless like the supply trucks at this point. Down on the M14 highway, the destruction has been endless down here as well. Absolutely.
Oh, look at that guy. Didn't even have any shoes right there. A dude was just wandering around. Look at him. Look.
Man, he
Oh, he does have.
seems a little
Was he wearing? Was he wearing socks or are those shoes or what is that?
I think those are sneakers.
Maybe like there's some very white, bright sneakers right there. Doesn't even match what he's wearing. Also, he's wearing that tank top looking shirt right there. Dude's like that dude's looking like he just like came out of like a disaster scene.
I think he did. Like, man, look around him and tell me that's not a disaster scene, man. Then it's a disaster scene.
Bro's roaming around like he just woke up.
Man, he's that bleed. What the hell happened? It's like, man, I don't know either. And then also this semi went skirt right off the highway over there. You see like the tire marks from this thing like skidding over off the highway. That's kind of crazy. Anyways, moving us on from that one, we also were able to see further down the highway some more attacks conducted by the drones. Also, some of y'all might be noticing that in the meantime, just to give a humble flex today on the behalf of Enforcer Matt, that when I click on some of these links, like a little brief window pops up that's solid white. It's a redirect page, and that for some reason popped up when I was trying to film my video yesterday, and I spent all day yesterday and today for the larger part trying to figure out how to get that to go away. So then I went over to Matthew's place, and then we sat down and tried to figure it out. And when I left, the situation was hopeless. There was no way to fix it. I was going to have to figure out how to work around it or find a whole new map system. And then Matthew called me on the phone right when I was pulling back up into my place in my whip to my crib on Gawker, no cap, and told me that he had literally programmed a bypass to bypass the redirect page. So we installed it and it works. And so the whole night I've been like in such gratuity of that because it has made the job as easy as it's supposed to be, like all of the nights we've done it so far.
I'm never getting past the CIA allegations now, man. You just sealed my case with that one.
Man, honestly though, he called me up. He was like, I coded a bypass. I was like, really? I was like, man, you're bullshit. He was like, no, I really did. So then he sent it over to me, and I downloaded it onto the computer, and it works. Like, it legitimately works. Have not had a problem with the redirect page all night long. It just, even if it pops up for like a millisecond, and then it disappears. So I'm really happy about that. Big shout out to Enforcer Man for doing that. And he also did it with the help of ChatGPT. I don't know what AI you actually.
Claude. Actually, I used Claude because I wasn't really sure. Like, I know a little bit of programming languages, like slightly, like mainly involving websites like HTML, but I know a couple of other ones, and I was able to generally get it, but I had to get a little bit of help though to make sure it wasn't, all jacked up. But outside of that, installed it, it worked. I was happy, done deal. Enforcer was out there happy, he was freaking out about it, so we got it fixed.
Man, I was like legit tweaking, folks. I was like, oh my god! I was like, this is making it so much harder to talk because it takes a lot of focus, folks, to like keep an endless like string of like sentences like interconnected to make a large story over the night going, and having to click like the process that I had to do, like now that we're on this, I'll just spend a minute on it. The process I had to do because of the redirect page deal is I'd have to click on this, right click this, click that, and then click that. So usually when I'm clicking on links, all I have to do is go to it and click on it like that, and it'll pop up. And that's very easy. That's literally 2 clicks. I click on the point, I click on the link. But in the other way that I had to do it, I had to do it either the long way, which is like 3 clicks, and I have to make sure that I'm clicking on the right things, which takes a little bit of concentration to be able to get over and do that stuff. Or I click on the link, it sends me to a redirect page, and then I have to click the link on that page again to get to the actual post. And both ways of doing that doesn't sound incredibly complicated, but when you're trying to talk endlessly and give no dead air on air, which is, hard to do in its own right, but you're trying to do that and then focus on doing that as well, it becomes impossible, and I start stuttering and stumbling over my words because I'm focusing more on what I'm having to do on the computer than actually monologuing. So that fix that Matthew made today was extremely helpful to me, because if y'all watched that Chore War video I put out on Monday, I felt like I was stumbling over my words left and right because I was trying to figure out how to navigate through that pile of dog crap that was the redirect page on each and every post, which took a lot of mental focus outside of monologuing to be able to do. But moving us on into this clip, all of that aside, we did get to see that some Russians in their trucks, down there in the M14 highway were having a tough time today. This guy's also having a tough time clearing his throat. Oh! Are they getting him? Where is it even? I don't see it. Matthew, do you see it?
I don't either. These guys acting like they're seeing something.
Oh, is that it right there?
What's coming in hot?
Well, then he's kind of smoking a little. Oh, I did. Was that it? Did they get it?
Красавцы, сбили, блядь. Сбили, упал уёбок.
I think they got it. Oh, that's crazy. That's the first time I've ever seen that in my life. We also were able to see some Russians making... Oh, we already showed that clip. I won't show it to y'all again. That was on the M14. And we also were able to see the destruction of the highway right here. Take a little look, folks. The Ukrainians just showing off their handiwork here. All the supply trucks that got blown to pieces.
Look at them having a tough time out here. Pitiful.
But largely, folks, I think this hit is actually a duplicate. I swear that I've seen that one before. So we're going to move on from that clip and on into our frontline news. But before we get to the frontline news, we have to get to the location unknowns. And there were a couple of interesting ones today. First off, we were able to see the day in the life of a Russian air defense gunner. Take a gander. Oh, we'll have to mute that, but let's take a look, folks. Oh, look, he's whipped out the cat. He's going to try and get the cat with the cat. Cat with the gat.
Why is it in all EDM music that they have to have a moaning lady in the vocals? It's is that a requirement for a dance hit or a beat? Oh, look at that. In the midst of me talking about the EDM beats, this dude right here is totally screwed up.
Come on, James. We go to May Cafe. I don't know. It seems kind of pervy. Man, honestly, that's the EDM music. Every single one of them starts off with some lady going, yeah. It's okay, let's calm that down. We don't need that in every song. Oh, look, it was a special equipment vehicle.
Oh,
it was an excavator on a truck.
Damn.
Oh my God! What a that thing is smoldering.
Look at this goofy. He's gonna try. What's he gonna do? Get in and try to drive away with it?
Oh, I think he tried to whip out the fire. Yeah, he's whipping out the fire extinguisher. He's going to try and give it a little bit of a save here. See if he can save the little fella. I don't know if he can. Well, maybe. Oh, there's a fire down there in the shrubs as well.
Looks like he might have gotten it. Maybe. I'm kind of surprised by that. I think he got all over his hands too.
Man, what? Day in the life of a Russian air defense gunner. Not an easy life. We also get to see some other Russians hanging out next to the campfire.
Oh,
it's
crap.
a thermite grenade.
Oh. Damn.
The reason why they pulled the
Bro,
cloth out.
bro, he just grabbed that water bottle. He's going to try to put that out with the water bottle. Did you see that? He grabbed like a quart of water from the ceiling. Look, bro's going to throw that Aquafina on it and see that does the trick. I don't think that's going to do the trick, buddy.
Man, I like how this one guy was trying to scooch out of the way. The thermite burning into the bunker. Look at this. Bro, look at him. He's like, oh, yeah. He's like trying to scoot into the wall. Oh, my Lord.
Why are they pulling the curtain back? They're like letting in the heat.
Probably not to let the curtain burn, because if the curtain burn, the whole outpost might burn and they have no way out. So I guess they're trying to stop the thermite from like starting additional fires, I guess.
Yeah, it's caught between a rock and a hard place.
And then they open it up, they're just gonna watch the brilliance of this thermite grenade just burning right outside the door. Bro, that's ridiculous. Bro, their little tread shovel right there on the floor. The floor is smoking, by the way. Like, the floor is burning hot at this point. And then this guy grabs the water bottle here at the end, either to take a drink or to try and pour that on the grenade. That's not going to work, though. We also got to see another clip of the Ukrainians putting a BMP back into service. Now, this is actually a very interesting job, and I actually have to explain this one a little bit because it's very unique to this war. But the Separate Repair and Restoration Regiment of the Ukrainian Armed Forces is a specialized regiment that takes knocked-out vehicles from the front and repairs them to put them back into service. Generally, some vehicles are so heavily destroyed this is completely impossible, but for vehicles that are deemed to be salvageable and refurbishable, they actually send them to this unit, and this unit will go through the effort of restoring this vehicle, whatever vehicle it may be, back into operational condition. It's a fairly lengthy and exorbitant process, but considering that both sides are fairly limited on just, pumping out new APCs and tanks from the factory, it's a very important job that the Ukrainians are working on here. And you can actually see the restoration work they had already done inside the BMP. And I gotta say, the craftsmanship's actually pretty good. If you looked at that, you would assume that it never had been knocked out before.
Yeah, they're doing pretty good, solid craftsmanship here, I must admit.
Yeah, pretty crazy stuff, honestly. But moving us on into our next bit, we also were able to see the Russians bringing back the old A7V from the First World War.
What the hell?
They're getting worse. Like, man, they're getting objectively worse.
Is that a barn tank, or what is it?
It's kind of like a barn tank sort of a thing, but I guess it's a new variant of it. Honestly, man, it reminded me of this old German tank from the First World War. Let me type it in here. Tank. Here we are. Let me go get a picture of this thing. A good picture of this thing. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's one that's knocked out. This like structure, like the little two portholes on the front, it looks just like this thing from the First World War.
I don't know, man. I think this thing from the First World War might be a couple of decades ahead of the thing that they're building in 2026. This thing, no, man, hell no. There's no comparison. That thing way back from the day looks 10 times better than this abomination that's rolling down the battlefield.
Man, honestly, man, I wouldn't disagree.
It has craftsmanship to it. Like this thing looks like they put some effort into it. This thing right here, that thing the Russians built was like something that came out of the scrapyard with a junkyard dog hanging out in it.
You know what's really wild about this tank here, actually, side fact, the Germans only made 20 of these in the whole war. So this is one of the only 20 they ever made on the German side in the First World War. And these are the only tanks that I guess you could say the Axis had in the First World War.
That's kind of crazy, actually, though. That's kind of wild.
Yeah, you can actually see that when it's Mephisto right here. It was restored, and it actually was put, I believe, in a tank museum in Australia. Yeah, in Canberra, Australia, at the Australian War Memorial, because it was actually the Australians that knocked the tank out. You can actually see that very tank right here. And since they knocked it out and it was one of the few German tanks of the whole war, they packed it up on a ship and brought it to Australia and put it in a museum because of the Anzacs work on the Western Front, which is a really cool fact. You can actually see the Anzacs and their specific I forgot the name of the hats they have, but it's those specific hats right there on their uniforms. Really cool fact, honestly, like a neat little historical tidbit in the middle of our war coverage. But moving on from that, we also got the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours. And holy moly!
Oh, they got 8 Bobcats. Oh my God, they got 8 today. 8. Well, I tell you what, that's 8 today, maybe 8 tomorrow too, possibly. We'll have to see, but Also, the loss report's looking hideous. Like over 600 vehicles lost today too. I mean, it's this is awful.
Done for the D, done for the D. but outside of that, Miss DC, keeper of the record, stated that 1,390 troops lost is correct, but the accurate total at large is 1,394,530. 626 vehicles and fuel tanks is the new highest daily loss, beating May 31st by 102, and new land vehicle record of 723 with no tanks or anti-aircraft. Special equipment continues 25-day streak for a total of 102, and 7 ground robotic complexes is the 9th highest of the war. And over the course of the past 24 hours, 1,390 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed, along with 7 APCs, 626 supply trucks, 74 artillery pieces, 1,851 drones, 1 MLRS, and 8 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, a pretty impressive day, and a good thing to see. Moving us on out of our location unknowns and on into the front lines, we were able to see that the Russian forces near Deliman were getting hit quite heavily today by the Ronin unit. The Ronin is largely a drone warfare unit at this point, and does incredible work knocking out Buhankas. Ladas.
Man, I just swerving in a Bohanka like that's like a death sentence. Like with that suspension being so bouncy, like if you swerve like that, you're basically finished on your own accord.
Man, those things roll so easy too. Like, it's unbelievable. Oh, a fuel truck. That's actually quite rare. And a couple of Urals and a Kamaz. Another Ural, another Kamaz, another Kamaz, another one. And, oh, what's this? Another one? I don't even know what that one is.
They didn't even try to swerve.
Man, they just drove right into it. They accepted it. Like they accepted their fate. Moving on down into Chasiv Yar, we also got to see the Ukrainians taking out a Russian kamikaze drone. Observe. Oh, they got music. Dag nabbit. We see the drone coming in. Ooh! That was quite close, actually. We see them here turning around, looking around, trying to see what's going on here. We now see them down in the basement. Safe and sound. And moving on from that clip and on into the next one, further on down, and in the area of the front lines, we got to see the POV of a Russian supply driver. Let us witness. Driving through the grave.
Driving through an absolute gauntlet of hell, really. This is bad. Look at all these things over here. Why would you even dare to even drive through something like that?
Because they have to get the supplies to the front, Vadim. It's just that the vehicles that they're losing are worth more than the supplies.
Just like non-stop through there.
It's literally a graveyard. It's unbelievable. Like, it's crazy, honestly, when you think about it. And we also got to see this Russian attack failing near Huilopol today. You see them driving through the fields. This is one of their little rapid assault teams. They're about to get rapidly assaulted right now.
Oh.
It was a mine. Well, put that baby in reverse. Let's get the hell out of here, Vadim. What about the fighter group in front of us?
He took way too long. He took way too long to put that in reverse.
Honestly, man, I think he just had to process what just happened in front of him, which was that whole fire team disappearing in a puff of smoke. We also were able to see that inside of the rear line areas, there was also a drone detector on the farmer's tractor today. Let's take a look. Oh, damn, they have music. Well, anyways, we can see that the drone tracker did pick up a drone in the area as the farmer's working. He's having to figure out whether or not he's willing to get up out of the tractor and make a run for it, because the Russians might attack him.
Those are so cool that they can just like tap into the frequency and get the video transmission off of it. That's actually very cool.
It is really cool, honestly. A really neat sort of a little piece of technology that the Ukrainians have these days. I like that a whole lot. But moving us on out of that, folks, it's now time for us to get on up to Kyiv to cover the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on day 1582 of the war. So, without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Бажаю здоров'я. Коротко про цей день. Перше сьогодні день Альфи, СБУ. Один з найсильніших наших підрозділів. Я дякую вам, воїни. Я відзначив альфівців державними нагородами. Абсолютно є за що. Результати сильні. Саме центр спецоперації Альфа зараз лідер по ураженнях ворога. Це чіткі дані. На фронті щонайменше 20% уражень російських сил завдяки Альфі. Реально, героїчний підрозділ. Цими днями були детальні наради з дипломатичною командою по більшості заходів до серпня. Багато буде активностей. Найголовніше, щоб Україна отримувала засоби ППО саме так, як потрібно, і саме так, як наші партнери обіцяють. Графік постачання ППО – це ключовий графік для України. І персональна відповідальність дипломатів по всіх напрямках саме такої нашої співпраці з партнерами. Команда уряду, міністерств закордонних справ і оборони України саме на цьому повинні зосередитись. Потрібні результати. Добре поставлена робота по виробництву в Україні та разом з партнерами зброї для наших далекобійних санкцій і також наших цілком справедливих відповідей середньої дальності по окупанту. Кожен день видно, що українська влучність працює. Я вдячний усім залученим силам, СБС, Сил спеціальних операцій, СБУ, ГУР, всі наші підрозділи. Дякую вам. Цей наш тиск та кожна інша форма тиску на Росію мають працювати і надалі, і спрацювати на мир. Вже більшість в Росії висуває претензію Путіну, що його війні не видно ні кінця, ні краю, і всі теперішні складнощі для росіян мають їх наближати до думки, що ця їхня війна є, і це не просто каміння з неба, і що їхня війна повинна закінчитись. Потрібні реальні перемовини. Україна дала всі пропозиції щодо цього. Ми працюємо також і на реалізацію домовленостей саміту G7, який був нещодавно. Ми готуємось до заходів, які відбуваються на цьому тижні, і також далі. Сьогодні детально ми обговорили з прем'єр-міністром Юлією Свериденко завдання на конференцію з відновлення України, яка розпочнеться в Гданську. Важливо, щоб був конструктив у відносинах з Польщею. Я вдячний усім партнерам, кожному, хто з нами, хто з Україною, усім, хто підготував на зустрічі в Гданську змістовні речі. Прем'єр-міністр Свериденко буде очолювати українську делегацію. Дякую усім, хто з Україною. Пишаюся усіма нашими воїнами. І кожною, хто працює на Україну, хто посилює нашу державу, хто посилює наших людей. Слава Україні!
Heroem Slava.
And with that, that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this day of 1,582 of the news from around the world. And with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to get on into the second segment of this stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And of course, we'll be making sure to get to the super chatters first and then the live chatters second. But I gotta say, folks, that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many people have been here with us over the course of this night watching this news. Over the course of 2.5 hours, 100,000 of y'all have watched this news. And the peak tonight, there was nearly 18,000 of y'all here. Y'all were just a little bit shy of being 18,000 people here in total. And I gotta say a humongous thanks to every single one of y'all once again for watching, and hopefully y'all will continue to stick around during the question segment, because there's always a whole bunch of interesting stuff that comes up in the question segment. Rabbit holes, great questions, anything and everything. Sometimes questions that are deep and get to the very matter of things, like, is a bread a soup or a cereal? You know, things like that. But nevertheless, it actually appears that Matthew has news coming out of Kherson. And Matthew, is that the occupied part of Kherson or the Ukrainian part of Kherson?
So it's occupied Kherson that's currently experiencing a full and partial power outage. Apparently, all districts of the Kherson region are fully or partially without power. They say the power engineers and emergency services are already working on site and doing everything they possibly can to restore the power. So not only is Sevastopol without power and also other sporadic areas of Crimea, but we're also seeing that Kherson is also joining in solidarity with Crimea as well. So a lot of power outages, really outages. That's a brand new term, folks. We just came up with that term. It's called outage. It's called not having. It's without. The Russians are learning a lot about the word outage these days. But Enforcer, what say you?
Some would say deprived, maybe even depraved. Like, you never know. But beyond that, really nice to hear. And hopefully we'll be able to see that the Russian army can't really count on the energy infrastructure anymore in the rear line areas. Oh, buddy, wouldn't that be great to see? Oh, that would be great to see. I tell you, folks, it's been a long time coming. But with that, it is time for us to move on into them questions. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, we do have one poll to address right here at the last question segment. And the poll says Russia has currently banned all gasoline trucks from even entering Moscow itself. The reasons aren't really clear right now about why that decision has been made, but what do you think is going on with that? Because it certainly is a little bit odd, to say the least. 57% said Russia thinks Ukraine is going to hit those trucks when they go into Moscow, and obviously that might cause some flammability issues in the capital. 31% said Russia's worried about a covert attack from the trucks themselves, while 6% said the reason seems a little bit elusive. And this is a really odd decision right here, because you would think that in the middle of a gasoline shortage that Russia would be absolutely welcoming the gasoline trucks into Moscow. But it's a little bit weird now. They're telling the gasoline trucks not to come anywhere near Moscow. So to me, it sounds like the logical answer to this is the Russians are worried that Ukraine is going to send these trucks in and then somehow explode them, maybe inside of Moscow. I'm assuming that's what the Russians are thinking with that, because it sounds like a security concern. That's what it comes across to as to me personally. So I think I'm with the 57%. I think Russia believes that they'll be used as weapons. That's my guess. But Enforcer, what do you make of that?
I would generally have to agree. I think that's really the only guess that we can both make at this point that would seem reasonable, is maybe they think that the Ukrainians are about to conduct an attack in Moscow with a fuel truck and exploded near something strategically or governmentally important. So I guess that's the reason why they're doing that. So I definitely had to be with the 57% as well. But with that out of the way, it's now time for us to get on into the best segment of the night, folks, that question segment. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping right into our super chats and then our live chat questions after that, let's start off with our first super chat here, which goes to none other than Punisher of the North, who puts in a $10 super chat, by the way. And a big shout out to you, Punisher, for that 10. He said, "Thank you for all you do, Enforcers. You guys have helped me open my eyes to the truth on what's going on around the world. And for that, I'm very thankful. And I'm a proud Patreon supporter in LSA.
Hey, and thank you for supporting us on Patreon. We're very appreciative of that, by the way. We're very thankful to everybody who does support us on Patreon. We always give a shout out to the Patreon at the end of every short war video. You know, we say a big thanks to everyone who's supporting us over there. But we never really give a lot of shout out to the Patreon on live streams. But I do have to say a humongous thanks to you, Punisher of the North, for supporting us not only on the streams with your super chat, but also on Patreon as well. And we are extremely grateful and very thankful of everybody who goes out of their way to support the channel, because not a single soul has to. And we always try to design the channel in that way where nobody even has to spend a second of their time watching an ad for us to be able to turn a dime here on the channel. And we are massively appreciative of folks who go out of their way to not only enjoy the coverage, but to also support it as well. You're not only making it possible for yourself to be able to watch the show, but you're making it possible for millions of people to watch this show each and every single month. To give you all an idea of how many people watch this channel, last month, which was the month of May, was one of the lower months that we've seen this year, actually, for viewership. Yet 6.7 million people that month watched the show. And folks like you who go over your way to support the channel, Punisher in the North, make it possible for 6.7 million people at a low month, which is absolutely crazy, to be able to watch the show and have a reliable source of news to come to. And we thank you greatly for that. And we thank you once again for being a proud member of the Lee Spring Army. Long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And so with that, a huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to none other than Dan Fun 32, and thank you very much, Dan, for that $10 support as well, and we also appreciate that very much. Dan said the video at 5 minutes, mainland Russia is Lukoil. Now, Dan, you know I'm not going to be able to pronounce that. You know I'm not going to do this. It's Lukoil Nizhny Neft Orgsintis oil refinery. That's not how you say it, but that's the best I can do. It's located in the industrial zone just south of the city of Kostovo in Russia's Nizhny Novgorod Oblast.
Let me. The video at 5 minutes of mainland Russia is the Lukoil Nizhegorod Orgensits oil refinery. I feel like I got that close. Like, I think that's probably like 90% accurate right there. But I thank you for the support, and that is true. That is true. That actually is the refinery at the Gestapo. We never really say the full names on air because they're mental like that. Like, it's like, the hell is that even? But, like, man, I turned into that guy from that one meme. What the hell is even that? Like, honestly, that's what a lot of Russian names are like. It feels like the German names, like Sturmgeschütz and stuff like that they have in German, because it's just basically a whole bunch of words smacked together into one. But this refinery has been hit quite heavily just very recently, as a matter of fact, down here in Gestapo. And we actually covered that on air back when it happened. But I thank you for the incredible support and help with this channel to keep it running, DanFun32. And I also got to add that thing is quite a refinery, right? They're real shame that the Ukrainians keep knocking it out of operation. I mean, if that thing was working, shoo, that thing would pump out hundreds of thousands of barrels of usable fuel a day, and the Russians would probably have a fine quality of life, and the war would keep going against Ukraine. But sadly, they just keep blowing them up. You know, it was really, really a tough setback for those poor little Russians that just want to keep everything fine and everything running the way it's supposed to be. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I'm not sure if we covered the post tonight. I don't think we did. I think it was from yesterday, actually. But just to reiterate something, while you're talking about big strikes and stuff exploding inside of Russia, the Russians are freaking out about the Crimean bridge. I see some people talking about this still in the chat as well. The Russians are claiming that the Ukraine is going to fire about 60 cruise missiles at the bridge eventually. Now, I don't know where the Russians are getting that from, but apparently they believe it because they're posting about it all over the place. And they think that Ukraine's going to fire 60 flamingos at the bridge. They're going to fire a whole bunch of drones at it. And, you know, even if a couple of flamingos hit the bridge with a warhead that large on it, it'll probably damage it so much that it can't be used whatsoever. So I don't know if they're going to do it or not. I mean, it seems to me like it's coming around the corner possibly. But Enforcer, what do you make of that? Because I don't think we had a chance to cover that article from that yesterday. But what do you think?
Yeah, actually, sadly, we didn't. But I would say that it's probably a significant threat. A single flamingo carries, I think it's about like 2,000 pounds of explosives on board, or it's 1,500 pounds, and somewhere around there. It's a fairly large explosive. And if that hits the support pillar of a bridge or the main bridge span itself, it is going to knock it off of its supports, or it's going to knock the supports out from under it. So I would say, you know, it's not entirely out of the question that they could hit the Kerch Strait or the Kerch Bridge with a flamingo. That would be the one way to for sure knock it out for good. But I'm not really sure if the Russians have any credible information to believe that that's the case. Because one thing I will say is that whenever the Ukrainians are about to do something to the Russians are none the wiser to what's about to happen. So the fact that the Russians are saying that it's going to be happening, you know, it's like, it kind of throws it up in the air to me as to whether it'll actually happen or not. But there's a high possibility. I mean, at some point the Ukrainians are going to blow it away. It's just a matter of when and with what. And the flamingo is a highly likely suspect for what could be used to blow away the bridge.
Yeah, and also I see a lot of people saying, "Well, 60 flamingo missiles, that's insane. Like, can Ukraine even fire 60 flamingos at one time?" Now, granted, that would be by far, by a huge margin, the largest ever flamingo missile attack in a single sitting that we've ever seen throughout the entire war, because the flamingo has only entered serial production since August of 2025. So it's just started getting produced just about a year ago or so. They were targeting about 210 flamingo units being produced per month by the end of 2025, and right now it's believed, and this is being kept secret, so this is believed to be, by the way, it's believed to be that they're currently producing about 3 flamingo missiles per day, which roughly equates to about 90 missiles per month. So it's definitely possible that Ukraine could fire 60 at the bridge, but whether or not Ukraine would waste that many flamingos, and you know, waste is an opinionated word there. I'm not sure if they consider that a waste or not, but if they'd fire 60 at the bridge, it would certainly be a huge depletion of their missile stocks. I'm not sure if they would put them all on the bridge like that, but you also got to remember as well, they have to have a way for the civilians to leave Crimea. If the bridge gets hit, there's literally no way whatsoever for civilians to leave Crimea, so they would be officially stuck at that point. So I'm not sure if they'd go that far on that humanitarian end either.
I would say that the number of 60 is pretty out there, and also the Ukrainians have never proven to be that wasteful of, say, you know, like flinging 60 flamingos at the bridge when 3 would do the job, or even 2 would do the job in this kind of a scenario. So I would say, I don't think it's going to be 60. I think that's a pretty outlandish sort of a concept by the Russians. I think they're just throwing that number out into the wind and just hoping that it's realistic. But In reality, though, I'd say it's probably a lot smaller of a number. And also, the other thing is that they don't have to let the civilians have a way to leave at all. If anything, they could say, we're not going to blow up the civilian ferries, and we'll make an agreement with the Russians that they can conduct civilian evacuations with the ferries. But if we see that there's any military personnel on those ferries, we're going to deem the military targets and blow them up, whether people are on them or not at that point. The Ukrainians could make an agreement like that, because that would knock out the railway access that Russia has into Crimea and the road bridge as well, which then cuts out any Russian military path of retreat outside of the ferries, which if the Ukrainians make an agreement with the Russians that it's civilians only, and then the Ukrainians find or uncover some sort of a story or proof that there are military personnel also retreating from the oblast or using it to reinforce the oblast, then they could start to target and hit those ferries. But I would say general assumption they probably are wanting to go for the bridge and destroy it, especially the railway bridge. I don't even think the road bridge is a priority anymore, because with a 1.5 weight ton limit on the bridge, what would really be the point of blowing away the road bridge? There really isn't a point. It's not like it poses any supply value or anything. It'd be the railroad bridge they'd want to hit. So they might just hit the railroad bridge and leave the road bridge intact, and then we don't have to worry about the civilians being stuck, because they can still be driven out over the bridge by car or something. But the railroad bridge, which is the real supply value, that could be knocked out.
I think they're going to hit the whole thing. Personally, I think it's a matter of time before they hit the whole thing. And also remember, I mean, just for propaganda purposes, I mean that's an aspect of its own accord right there. If Ukraine somehow took out that bridge, if they decided to do it or not, but if they decided to take it out, I mean that would be a huge blow. Like that's the Kerch bridge is one of those things. It's like if that gets hit and taken out, that's viewed as a huge defeat for Putin. So I'm not sure if Ukraine would put that over strategic aspects of it. I think they would certainly do it, because I think that was part of the reason they hit it the last time, is because it was largely symbolic, like Alkins was saying in the live chat. And if they hit it, I think that's gonna serve such a blow, really. Also, not to mention, it's gonna freak the people out in Crimea that's still stuck there. All those Russians that are still stuck in Crimea, they're gonna be permanently trapped. They can't even get across the bridge at that point. So that's gonna create a crisis that Putin, I'm not even sure if he can even deal with that, to be honest, to a large degree. So, me personally, I think they're gonna hit it.
Yeah, I think they are. Whether it's the whole bridge or not, I think you and me are both on the agreement. They are definitely going to hit it. Like, I don't think that's even up in the question at this point. That thing's going to get blown away like there's no tomorrow. I wonder what that's going to look like, once they hit it and everything, It's like, oh, I wonder. But anyways, with that, we are on and into the next one. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for that unbelievable support and helping us to keep this channel running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Blind Man, who puts in a 50. And a huge shout out to you, Blind Man, by the way, for that generous $50 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And he's helping to keep the channel running with that support. He said, let's get distracted real quick. Did you know it is recommended that you to know a fallback point as a citizen if your city's attacked? Military installations and police stations are not it. And from my grandfather's class on anti-insurgency training manual.
Actually, it kind of is a responsibility to know like contingency plans in a whole bunch of scenarios. Like in the modern day in the United States, generally it's wise. You don't have to do it, but it's wise whenever you're anywhere or doing anything to have some sort of a contingency plan. If there was a fire inside of the building, if there was like a mass shooting somewhere where you're at, how to get out and flee, or how to hide or fight back effectively. You're always supposed to have contingency plans for most everything that you're doing. Like even going on, like say a hike, a responsible person is always going to have a contingency plan, which on the last hike I did not have, of if you get exhausted, what are you going to do? What plan B route might there be if the first route becomes impassable for some reason? What to do if something pops up? It's always smart to have contingency plans, but one thing you never want to do in the middle of a war is get near anything that's important. So let's take the Salt Lake City area, for example. Let's say that we're in a war with Russia, and somehow they've invaded the United States, and they're fighting right outside of Salt Lake City, or somewhere far enough away that we're within missile range at that point. What places are not safe or smart to be around in a major city to make sure that you stay alive and don't get blown to pieces by, say, an incoming Russian attack? Well, one thing you'd want to avoid is the oil refineries and power plants. those are top priority targets for really any enemy country in a war. So never just hang out around a power plant or a refinery if you don't have to. If you work there, you have to work there. But as soon as you get off the shift, get the hell away from there. Another thing to avoid is also government installations like the police stations, military installations, and other centers of government. Those could pose high priority targets and be hit. Always avoid large crowds, especially in the midst of a war. Large crowds could be a target. Also, make sure to avoid things like airports. Those could also be attacked as well. Maybe not the terminal buildings, but the runways will certainly be attacked and hit, along with the tarmacs, which shrapnel could enter the building and, slam you. You also want to avoid military installations or near military installations like Northrop Grumman right out here. Do not get near here in the middle of a war if the Russians are within missile range. That's a bad idea. They could hit it at any time, usually during the night, and that would be very dangerous to be around if that was the case. Generally, it's just anything that would pose value to the enemy, you kind of want to avoid. And also large crowds as well. Wherever there's a large crowd, avoid the large crowds because they could also be hit sporadically. We've seen that so many times in Ukraine. You definitely don't want to be in a large crowd. Even if it's in the middle of a residential area, they might hit it.
Stay away from Enforcer HQ because those bastards have been wanting to get us for a long ass time. So stay away from there.
Man, we have a missile with our name on it in Russia somewhere. Man, there probably every single social media influencer that supported Ukraine that's significant enough. They probably all have a missile with their name on it at this point. But make sure to avoid Enforcer HQ. Don't hang out around us. That's very dangerous. And of course, we do know, folks, that the LDS will protect Salt Lake. They have weapons in the mountains hidden in vaults that they don't tell people about. They have the discombobulator, the recombobulator, the Joseph Smith. They have a million of them. I mean, they're definitely going to protect the place tooth and nail. And also, there's a whole bunch of underground defenses that they're building around Temple Square right now. I mean, millions of them. It's like multi-billion-dollar air defense systems that'll protect the temple if it ever came under attack as well. I'm just kidding about all the stuff, by the way. But outside of that, though, that's very interesting advice. Like I would say it's very smart and sound advice as well. To never get around that kind of stuff in the middle of a war. And also another smart thing to do is that if the enemy looks like it's coming your way and they're about to take your city, do not stay. Like, even if it looks like there's not going to be a battle there and they're just going to literally take over the town and keep moving, do not stay. Living in occupied territories is incredibly dangerous. Soldiers are largely given free rein by most foreign armies that would be going up against us to do what they wish. They could violate you, they could harm you, they could kill you. You don't want to be in occupied territory. It's a bad place to be.
Man, I think you forgot that Americans, we're loaded to the teeth with guns and ammo. So I don't think the occupation forces here are going to have a fun time if they ever got here in the first place, which would be a feat in itself. But that's why America is uniquely resilient, at least referring to us. Like if any type of force tries to come here and invade, not only is the military going to attack, but the civilians who are armed like crazy, like the most armed country on the planet, is going to also be there, like behind the military, waiting for those people to come try to get them.
Like, I would say I wouldn't put that much faith in the armed citizenry. Like, are they organized? Are they trained? Do they have morale? Like, do they have any indirect fire support?
Yeah. Wait till those gangs get a hold of them on the West Coast. They land in the Crips and the Bloods and stuff are coming out of the woodwork.
Man, you
Man,
in Compton, bitch. Like, they just start jumping PLA paratroopers as soon as they land.
Man, if I was the president, I'd be calling up the leaders of the Crips, the Bloods, everybody out there. I'd be like, we have new ops now. They're landing on the shores.
Man, you know what's kind of crazy is that back in the day, like gangs like that in other parts of the world that were in war zones, they would actually end up becoming partisan groups usually. So I mean, there might be an eventual future where the U.S. is invaded and the Crips and the Bloods become partisan groups fighting on behalf of the United States. You never know. I mean, like, it could happen, but it's generally unlikely. I mean, the United States will never be invaded on land. Like, it would take a momentous Herculean effort for an enemy force to ever land on U.S. soil. It'll never happen, unless if it's the Aleutian Islands. That can happen, or Alaska. That could also happen. But here on the mainland, it will never happen in the lower 48. Just, it's completely impossible for the larger part. But I would say that generally I wouldn't count on the armed citizenry for a great deal, unfortunately, in an actual war. And I know that there's the famous quote by Yamamoto where he said, behind every blade there's an American or blade of grass, there's an American with a rifle. And that's true. I mean, America is the most armed country on the planet, but there is a lot to be said in the difference in between just having people with guns versus having people who are well trained, well organized with guns that also have some morale to work with and supplies to work with as well. If they don't really have any of those things and also indirect fire support, they're kind of just out there to get blown away. It would be pretty easy to blow them away. I mean, if you want to get an example of how easy it is, look at Afghanistan. Like, the Taliban is what the U.S. citizen would be in that kind of a war if there was an actual army on our home soil. It would just be, the Taliban, which at that point would be us, the U.S. citizens, versus an actual regular army.
Oh, they never quit. And eventually they dropped us out of the country. So I guess over time they won.
I mean, I guess, in a way, yeah, that's true. But I mean, how many of them died for that to happen? I mean, hundreds of thousands of Taliban died over the 20 years we were there at the cost of a couple of thousand U.S. soldiers. And a life is a life, and it's sad to lose anyone. But when you look at those kinds of loss comparisons, the Taliban were getting wiped out left and right.
I just don't think that would ever work here. Like it just wouldn't. Like if China came here to invade, I think that's a huge deterrent like factor. Like, and also you got to remember, by the way, that our like populace is very familiar with how to like utilize weapons. Like very familiar with it. Like even if they don't have the best practices of using weapons, they generally are familiar with it. And most everybody in the country is a gun owner for the most part. So you have like, China coming into a foreign country, which is the United States. It's not their home turf. They don't have the home turf advantage. They have a population of extremely angry people here in the United States that's extremely well armed with loads and surpluses of ammunition and just pure vitriol to dispute the enemy. I think they might be in foul shape at that point. I'm not sure if China has ever seen such a thing like that. It's not like China over here. It's much different.
Yeah, I see a lot of people saying some stuff. Someone said you didn't grow up in the country. We did. like we did.
We grew up in the country that most people had never even been to.
You didn't grow up in the country. It's like, well, we did. And then someone said you are really not taking into account how many Americans, especially in the South, are extremely skilled hunters. Well, being an extremely skilled hunter is one thing. Taking on an army is another thing. Do you have a suppressor for that gun? Even if you have a suppressor for that gun, it's going to make a noise when you fire it, or that's going to be audible from a distance. So once you shoot, they're all going to get behind their armored cars from whatever side the shot didn't come from. They're going to call it in, and they're going to go, especially if it's China. Let's say it's China. The People's Armed Police, which are going to do the rear line security, they're going to call it in. There's some guy out here with a gun that just shot at us. They're going to sit there and do recon on you, and you're probably not a force recon sniper from, say, like the Marines, so you're not really going to be able to evade too well because you don't have the training to evade. And if they have a drone with thermal cameras on it, it doesn't matter how good your evasion skills are, they're going to see you. And then they're going to go, all right, light that guy up with a heavy machine gun, and it's over for you. They don't even need to call in direct fire support in that scenario. They just have you when you fire the first shot. And I think that's what a lot of people aren't realizing here. And that's also something that was realized at the very inception of this country. George Washington wrote very fervently on how a militia was necessary for the state because they didn't want a permanent standing army, because a permanent standing army could birth tyranny. But at the same time, militias are nowhere close to a professional trained army in their ability to be able to fight the foe. And he knew that quite well from his experience in the Revolutionary War, because according to his own accounts, most of the time, the militia, while having a strong amount of morale at the start of the battle, would usually pick up and turn tail pretty quickly in the battle, in the midst of it, basically leaving his regulars and his actual trained professional soldiers to carry on the fight on their own. And so, while I would say that it's very important for us to have the Second Amendment to be able to take up arms and defend the United States of America in the eventuality that might be needed, they would still require significant training, organization, morale, and some form of indirect support provided by the state, say like artillery, to make them an effective fighting force. Otherwise, it's basically just throwing bodies up against a wall and, hoping that eventually the blood will drown the enemy for the larger part. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running, Blind Man, and inviting a very interesting conversation. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $50 support from SFPG1. And thank you as well, good sir, for that generous $50 support and also helping to keep the channel running.
Hey!
And he said, I hope you boys are doing well. And here's something for the Costco chicken. And take one from the chat and glory to the worm.
Glory to that big booty worm. Nobody's going to forget that big booty worm. And I got to say, we are doing quite well. And we will have to make sure to get some Costco chicken. I got to tell y'all, folks. Matthew introduced me to something new the other day. Walmart pickup. It's like absolutely free, and you can just like have someone like do the shopping for you and load it in the car. It's so convenient. It's so freaking convenient. You just do all the shopping.
Revolutionary.
It is really, because I mean, like, honestly, folks, shopping is a drag, like, at least for me, because usually I have to do that in the little free time I have per day, and Matthew does too, and it's very time consuming. It basically eats up a whole free day that we have in terms of hours. And so when I found out you could just do that and just like order it online at home really quickly and then go down there and pick it up, I was like, oh my God. I was like, this is a lifesaver. Like, I can, like, this makes it all so easy. So yeah, we will have to make sure to get a Costco chicken. I don't know if Costco does that. I don't think they do. But if they did, I would definitely be doing that with Costco, because I don't really like going into Costco because they're always so freaking crowded. They're like packed to the gills. And it becomes really hard to deal with that. Also, with the very limited time we have to be able to get out there and wander around. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And a humongous thanks to you once again. Of course, glory to the worm. And we will make sure to take one from the chat in your honor. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so the one from the chat in honor of SFPG is going to go to none other than Richard, who said, why is that stupid Russian not getting the message and turning around and going back to Russia out of Crimea?
You know, that's a good question. The reason being is that some of them are kind of dumb, and they don't really realize when the cards are stacked against them and they need to pack up and leave. And so I guess that's why that guy didn't pack up and leave, is because he just doesn't have the sense of the know-how to just pack up and go when things are getting pretty bad. I guess some people, you can bring a camel to water, but you can't force it to drink. Am I right? But a big thanks to you for the support and sponsoring that live chat and help with the channel to keep it running, SFPG1. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Enzyme, who puts in a $15 support. And thank you very much, Enzyme, as well. And they said, what is the story behind the Sign My Rocket? And LSA send in regards.
The story, a lot of people have actually been asking about that Sign My Rocket thing recently, Enzyme, and I thank you so much for the support. It's a really cool story. The Sign My Rocket deal in the intro is actually something that was a first for YouTube, at least from what we know. We hadn't seen anyone else get that yet, and it was also offered to us for free from the folks at Sign My Rocket, just because they enjoyed the show. So way back in the day, at the beginning of the war, I think it was in 2022 at that point, like late 2022, the folks in Sign My Rocket are actually watching the show, and they absolutely loved it. They really enjoyed it a whole load. And so one of them reached out to us over email and said, hey, I'm with Sign My Rocket. We love what y'all do. We're willing to fire off a shell in y'all's name for whatever y'all would like. So you can tell us what message you want on the shell, and we'll fire it out of whatever gun you want. So we picked the M777 because it's an American gun that was being provided to the Ukrainians early on. And we were like, that would be pretty sick to make sure that while we're a U.S. YouTube channel, a U.S. artillery piece given to them is the one to fire off the shot. So we said we would like it to be fired out of an M777, and we want y'all to write on the shell, the LSA sends its regards, or the Lee Spring Army sends its regards. And I think they wrote it as the Leaf Army sends its regards on the shell. They missed the spring. I don't think they could fit it. But they wrote it on the shell, and then they recorded it and fired it off. And they did it absolutely free just because they enjoyed the show. And we are still extremely grateful for folks over at Sign My Rocket for doing that. That was a huge honor for our show and for all the folks that watch. And also on top of that, they did it for us for free. A couple of other people out there, like right after we had that done for our show, some people actually went out there and they paid to have Sign My Rocket fire off shows, which is still great. I mean, it's helping Sign My Rocket raise money to be able to support the armed forces of Ukraine and their units. But some people just went and did it to do it, and then they claimed that they did. It's basically just trying to follow along with what we did. But still, beyond that, though, it's a really cool part of the channel's history, and I'm adamant, folks, that until the end of time, that's going to be in the intro of the channel. No matter what happens to the intro, that little clip's always going to be in there. So big thanks to you for the support, and I hope that does address that incredibly well, Enzyme, because it is folks like you who help to keep this channel running and help to keep that intro playing every single night on air forever. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And since a little bit of time has passed, I've seen some people talking about this in the chat, about the whole U.S. citizens with a gun going up against a foreign army deal. Someone actually asked, what is a militia? Can you define a militia? And I actually saw a lot of people start asking that, like, what is the militia? Because a lot of people in the modern day, they always think of this idea of, like, the best way I can explain it is like the FUDs that want to overthrow the government forming a quote-unquote militia, and their whole wet dream is over toppling the U.S. government and bringing in like a dictatorship that supports their interests. But militias are actually a state-supported entity within the United States of America, not in the way that the FUDs do it, that everybody knows about these days, but there is actually a act in that was passed by Congress in 1903, the Militia Act of 1903, right here, that actually defines exactly what the national militia is, and also the state militias as well. And basically, at the beginning of the country's history, the concept of a standing army was actually a big no-no. Nobody wanted a standing army because a standing army was looked at as a extension of tyranny. You're basically giving the executive branch, by the arguments back then, a standing military that could be used against the people, and they could turn guns against the people in the Congress and basically run the country as a dictatorship because of the standing army. So the idea back then was that a standing professional army would only be raised in a situation of war where it was necessary. The rest of the manpower for the country in a time of war would be raised by state militias. And so in a time of war, the state governor would say, we're organizing the militias, and all the people who had guns and also were able-bodied males, I believe in between the ages of 17 and 45, would be called forward to serve. That's why the Second Amendment exists. You're supposed to provide your own accoutrements for service in the state or national militia. Actually, it's specifically the state militia. There is no such thing as a national militia. That would be the federal army. But beyond that, though, you're supposed to provide your own accoutrements. That's why the Second Amendment exists. You arm yourself for service in the national, or the state militia, if you're called forward. And when the state calls you forward, you go to your muster station, which usually would be at a town hall in the locality that you're from, and there would be a captain of that company of the National Guard, and then you would go off to war. Or at least you would defend the locality that you're from for the larger part, because it's more so armed citizenry in the defense of your locality, your county, or something along those lines, rather than really ever sending you on an offensive. And this Militia Act of 1903 lays out exactly how the militia stands. It also organized the National Guard as well, and a whole bunch of other multitudes of interesting facts about it. So that's actually the way that the state militia exists. It's not something you can just do out of the blue. It has to be sanctioned by the state, it has to be announced by the governor, and there's a whole legal process involved with it. But that's the militia, and that's also why the Second Amendment exists. But with that, I hope that does address that very interesting rabbit hole for the larger part, because I saw a lot of people wondering about that, and I hope that answers the legal framework of that whole deal, which is hardly ever mentioned. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And with that, moving on to our next super chat. This one goes to Ian Mitson, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Ian, as well, for the support. He said, if Ukraine is making drones inside the NATO countries, does it mean that those are also getting rapidly familiar with drone warfare and drone production en masse?
They are getting familiarized with drone production en masse, but they aren't really getting familiarized with how the warfare side of things works, because even still in NATO military exercises, where Ukraine is the aggressor state in the exercise, the Ukrainians are still taking out every NATO state to the cleaners right now and obliterating them before they even are able to get on the field and respond to the Ukrainians. So right now, the drone doctrine side of things here in the West is still very much behind the curb, but a lot of those countries are getting an understanding of how to produce the drones en masse, which the industrial component is as important as the actual martial component of fighting with the drones. You have to have them to fight with in the first place. So I would say, in a half sense, that's true. Like, they are learning how to build them. But in the other sense, they still really don't know how to fight with them. And therein still lies the problem. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well, Ian. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, real quick to address this poll right here, I said in the event of the U.S. being invaded, would the U.S. public mount a successful defense? It looks like 66% of the audience said yes, the U.S. public would fight off the invaders, while 19% said no, the U.S. Army is our only real hope, and 11% said I'm 50-50 on this one. And I'm with the 66%. I think the U.S. public would fight them off because also remember there has to be a strategic objective behind an invading force actually coming into the country and trying to take it. They have to be able to accept and believe that they can actually take and hold the land. With the entire U.S. public being armed, it is essentially impossible to hold the land because let's say they successfully invade and they start plowing through U.S. territory, they have to be able to hold it. So all the people with guns that might be hiding in their houses in shock that they were being invaded, they'll eventually find their balls and they'll eventually come outside. And when they come outside, it's going to get ugly. So I think the U.S. public would fight them off. And also that generally deters any foreign force from trying to invade the United States. Not only are we isolated because we're obviously there's oceans between us and our enemies, but also our public is very well armed and also very angry too. So it's not like they're, very pacifist people. Americans are known to be rabble rousers to a certain degree. So I'm not sure if anybody foreign is ready for that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'll be with the 67%, but the thing is, though, is that the U.S. citizens would never take on a foreign enemy in a one-on-one fight on a battlefield. That would be a loss every day of the week. However, in an unconventional form like the Taliban, they could win against an invading force over time, but it's going to come up with a great deal of higher losses on our side than it would be the enemy side. That's just how it works in these sorts of unconventional wars. I mean, if you look at Vietnam, a lot of people argue that North Vietnam won the war, but if you look at the amount of deaths that were in the Viet Cong and the NVA, it was in the hundreds of thousands. Even, I believe some numbers are in excess of 1 million dead at the point of 50,000 killed in the U.S. Army, and also a decent amount extra killed in the ARVN, or the Army of the Republic of Vietnam. If you look at, for example, Afghanistan, the amount of Mujahideen fighters that died against the Soviet Union, it was in the hundreds of thousands, while Soviet casualties, I believe, were in the tens of thousands. If you look at the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan, Taliban casualties were in the hundreds of thousands, and U.S. casualties and coalition casualties were in the thousands. So generally, it would go in the way that the invading army would be inflicting a lot more losses on armed citizen soldiers, or more so armed militia of the United States that were fighting in the rear lines, but they would eventually repel the enemy because of how expensive it would be to maintain occupational forces in that area and how unstable their governance would be in an occupational region. So I'll be with the 67%, but make no mistake, it's not going to be a cakewalk, and it's not going to be the movie Red Dawn. It's going to be a pretty bloody, pretty nasty sort of a conflict in the rear line areas. It probably wouldn't be going the way a lot of people think it would, but a victory would eventually be seen in the future. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to everybody for voting on that poll. Very interesting poll, honestly. But I hope that gives my 2 cents on it. And with that, we're on the next one.
And moving into our next super chat, this one goes to Prime Rib. And thank you, Prime Rib, for that $10 support. He said they need to leave the bridge so the Russians can use it to retreat. A cornered animal fights more fiercely, but if they have an escape path, they'll use that instead of fighting.
But if they don't have fangs or claws to gnash out, then they don't really have a way to fight. Like that's kind of my thing. If you destroy their supply lines and they have no ammo and they have no fuel and they have no food, they really can't fight at that point. Like, unless they just want to run at Ukrainian forces and get machine gunned down to the ground, it's not really going to be a fair fight at that point. So supply lines do exist, and if they're completely cut off, they'll surrender. I mean, that was seen endlessly throughout the Second World War, really. For example, Soviet forces were encircled around Kyiv, and 700,000 of them surrendered to the advancing German army in 1941 because they had no way to fight. Like, they were trapped and cornered, and the Germans were pushing them, like, further and further into the city of Kyiv, and they had no way to hold on. So that entire army just flat out surrendered to the Germans in 1941. And that's how it would largely go with Crimea. If they have no way to escape and no way to eat and shoot, they can't fight. Like, it's completely impossible. They're just going to sit there and starve to death in a siege, or they're going to try and charge Ukrainian positions without ammo and get gunned down. So their only option is to surrender or to die, and they would most likely choose to live and surrender. But a big thanks to you for support and helping the channel to keep on running, Prime Rib. Very good point, but that would be my counter to it. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I see people talking about this, by the way. Some people are talking about, yeah, what about those, that DC situation with those algae, those pro-algae protesters, excuse me. Apparently, the pro-algae protesters are real. So I have to eat my foot on that one. I was yesterday, I thought it was fake. I was like, a pro-algae protester. I'm like, what, are they insane? That they're just making crap up now. But I saw this morning, apparently it's real. There's like a frog person standing out there or something like that holding a sign talking about first they came for the algae, dot, dot, dot. And I was like, okay, so there's actually pro-algae protesters hanging out around the area. That's kind of wild, actually. I will say pro-algae is an interesting angle. I've never really heard of a so-called pro-algae protester, but I guess there's a first for everything, I guess. I heard they're erecting a huge fence around this thing, apparently. I'm not sure if they're planning on draining it out or doing something to it. I guess they're going to try to repair it now. But yeah, there's like a frog, an amphibian or something like that, like wandering around the thing.
Did that happen today? Because I feel like if it happened today, I think it's in response to the president's statements, it's making fun of them. I didn't hear about that happening before today, from what I've heard.
I saw the picture this morning. It might have been maybe a couple of days old or something. I just saw it this morning of the frog standing out there walking around. I'll say this, folks. Like like there's I think there might be a little bit of a mental illness like epidemic maybe in the country, possibly. Like maybe I mean putting on a huge. Like, also, by the way, it's like how much do they pay for this frog outfit they're wearing? Like it's a whole on like frog outfit, like something you'd see like if a company was trying to like promote their product and they had like a frog for a mascot. It's like a proper like full-on costume. Like, it probably cost thousands from the looks of it. And they built like a whole sign. Yeah, there's the thing. Look at it. It's like a whole inflatable like looking thing. Amphifa or something. Oh, okay, that's a play on a different word right there. I didn't realize what that said just now. But yeah, there's a whole sign right there. I mean, that's just crazy.
I mean, I think this thing just showed up after the fact because like I never saw this thing before, and it just started to show up now. Um, I think this thing is showing up and making
You don't
fun
think
of the
they called
president.
him, man?
No, I think this guy's probably from the Washington area. He just like bought the frog suit. I mean, it's like an inflatable frog suit. These things are cheap. You can get them for like $30 online.
You can?
Yeah, let me go pull it up. Inflatable frog suit. Let me see
I thought this
here.
stuff cost a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, here it is right here. This is on Amazon. I can't dox myself on air, folks, so I can't show it to y'all on air.
How much
But
is
yeah,
it?
you can get it for you can literally get this one in dude, this is literally the hold up, let me see here. Okay, so sadly I can't show it because it'll dox me. It'll say where I am in the city and my zip
Just how
code.
much is it?
$54 for that little inflatable suit. And it's the very one.
Oh.
Like, go pull it up on Amazon. It's called the Inflatable Costume Adult Frog Full Body Deluxe Funny Air Blow Up Costume for Men, Women, Halloween. $54.
Okay, well, so the money's not really crazy. I mean, obviously, I mean, whoever's doing all this stuff, they spent $50 on the outfit, then they spent probably like $20 on the thing they're holding right there. So they spent a little bit of money, not nothing too crazy, but I mean, also their time. Although we don't know if they're employed or not. I mean, I
They
hear
might be
stuff like this, they
unemployed.
might
This
not
is
be
like
employed.
unemployed activities. Like,
Yeah,
like
it might be possibly. Also, they wrote it in green paint. I guess that matches the algae color. I guess.
I
But
mean, that was done with a
uh,
spray paint can, man. I mean, like they spent like maybe at best $100 or less on this whole thing. That's not a lot.
honestly, like, in one respect, I'm kind of like, this person might have some issues that they need addressing. But on the other hand, like, I mean, the gall to go out here and like buy a frog outfit off of Amazon and write Amphifa on the front of it, and then also hold up a paper or like a fabric sign out there and stand out there all day, probably in the heat, and do this. It's like, they're whoever they are, you got to admire the gall, like just to come out here and like act like this. It's kind of crazy. So is this what are they? Apparently, this is in a post from it looks like maybe the president actually. So what are they blaming this thing for the problem?
Here's another example of a crazy pro-algae, likely paid protester. The sign says, first they came for the algae, which is in reference to a famous post-World War II statement about the Germans not speaking out about Mustache Man and his people. But then it goes on to quote the actual poem.
So what's the point of showing the picture?
I guess just to add credence to look, there's like pro algae people out there. I think this is like satirical. Like after he put out the statement, which was a couple of days ago about the pro algae people, this person shows up after the fact. I think they're making fun of that. Like I think this is like a
Maybe.
satirical thing.
It probably is. I guess frogs like algae. I guess. Dude, let me pull that up. Do frogs like algae? Whether frogs like algae depends entirely on their life stage. That sounds like a lot of things in life. Tadpoles are strict vegetarians and rely heavily on algae for food. Young frog, but adult frogs are strictly carnivorous and they ignore it. So this is already a little bit wrong because this costume right here appears to be an adult frog, possibly toad. But they're saying tadpoles rely heavily on algae for food, so that does not look like a tadpole
Looks to me like a frog. Man, like that thing looks like
or
an
toad.
adult tadpole.
Could be
But
toad.
but also I got to say this, like, they're like, they poured algae into the reflecting pool. Where, like, I got to say, like, if there was like, if that actually happened, or like the guy dragged the knife down the bottom of the reflecting pool, like they say, where is the video and picture evidence of it? I mean, Washington D.C. is covered in cameras that are run by every government agency out there known to man. I mean, like, here's one right here available to the public from the Washington Monument, looking right down at the reflecting pool in real time live. Now, my question is, like, here's why I'm saying that
Careful
this
showing
thing.
that. Careful showing that.
Well, I mean, it's from nationalmalt.org. I
No, just
mean,
get off of it. Get off
oh,
of it.
oh, oh God. But beyond that, though, it's like there's a live camera of the National Mall and the reflecting pool. Now, what I'm saying is that if there was a guy that dragged a knife 250 feet down the reflecting pool, he clearly would have probably had to have been standing in it or leaning over it in an awkward way to stick his hand down there and cut it. Wouldn't there be video or picture evidence of that? And wouldn't there also be video and picture evidence of people like dropping algal spores into the reflecting pool? Like, wouldn't there be proof of all that stuff?
Yeah, maybe so, I guess. Also, by the way, folks, I like some people are like, "You're overanalyzing it, Matt." I'm doing like deadpan humor, but it's clearly not coming across well. Like I can tell for all the people saying you're overanalyzing it. It's supposed to be deadpan humor, but it's not coming across to some folks. It looks like, but I don't really know what the hell happened with the pond. At this point, I don't even understand what the huge deal is at this point. Also, by the way, I found out that apparently it is actually not legal to touch the water in the pond. I saw them arresting some people yesterday who was touching the water or allegedly reaching their hand down into the water and touching the rubber or whatever that had peeled up. Apparently, it's not permissible to touch the water. Apparently, because it's managed by the National Park Service or something like that. There's a rule that you're not supposed to bathe or get in the water or something. So if you touch it, they've never really enforced it, but if you touch it and they want to enforce it, they can cite you for it. And if you keep doing it, they can technically arrest you for it. So I didn't know that until I looked it up. I was kind of surprised by that. I was like, it seems rather extreme just to touch the water and they freak out that badly about it. But obviously, I think now they're going overboard. Like at this point, they're going around like looking to cause trouble with people
He
touching the
touched it,
water.
arrest him.
Yeah, that's a little bit crazy at that point. Those rules were meant to prevent people from like taking baths in the water and stuff like that. It wasn't meant for somebody like dipping their hand like slightly in the water or something like that.
Yeah, and also I saw someone say, I just saw someone say video evidence is withheld in order to preserve an unbiased. No, it's not. You can go and get a Freedom of Information Act on any body camera from a police department out there and get it in a couple of weeks, regardless whether it's being used in the case or not. Like, there's no such thing as you have to withhold video evidence until a trial comes around. I mean, you can show that all you want beforehand. You can put that wherever you want, really. I mean, like especially the president could. I mean, if the president says there's proof that somebody like dragged a knife along the bottom of the pool, he's the president of the United States. He can go and publish that if he wants to on Truth Social or wherever it would be to show that, or the people pouring algae into the reflecting pool, which all of that would be caught on camera. Yet, I haven't seen any video evidence yet of that happening, and there's endless amounts of cameras around this pool. So that's
Man,
why.
I saw some like Swedish reporter or something like that was standing around the pond, and apparently she had allegedly dunked her hand in it like once or twice or something like that, just like touching the water or something. Some National Guard soldier walked up and was like get your hand out of the water, or next time we'll detain you or some junk, being all aggressive over it. I'm like, damn man. I'm like, first of all, I'm like the National Guard can't arrest people. Number one, they have no arrest authority, so he was ignorant in saying that in the first place, but also getting all smart and like hostile with a foreign reporter for merely putting their hand in the water. It's like, Come on, it's like we're getting stupid here. It's like out of
Bro, it's
everything
turning.
happening in the world, the country, etc., we're deploying the National Guard around the pond and also putting a fence up, making a huge deal about it, and we're pretending like a crisis is unfolding in the Middle East. It's like, what are we doing here?
Dude, it's turning into Pyongyang up there. You didn't bow to the great leader statue good enough. Prison. Like, it's like, Jesus. It's like, honestly, folks, it's just a pool. Like, it's like, it literally is just a reflecting pool. It's a body of water. This used to be a swamp, mind you all. Like, everything in between the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial 80 years ago was a big ass swamp filled with all these horrendous creatures and the filth of the capital. And now it's just a pool. Like honestly, like it's becoming way too big of a deal. But anyways, with that, enough of this nonsense here about this pool in the middle of Washington. I mean, hell, I mean, even the president like put out a Truth Social thing a while ago with him sitting on a floaty in the middle of the pool. It's like you can joke about it. Why the hell are people getting arrested about touching the water down? It's like, isn't the president kind of like encouraging people to think you could?
Yeah, I don't even really know, to be honest. It is just
Right.
whatever's going on with it, it's being overblown like hell. And I'm like, really, honestly, I'm like, yeah, the pond would look nice if it was clean of the green algae all in it and stuff like that. But it's like, honestly, it's like, does anybody really care that much about it? Probably not. I personally don't. It would be nice to have it looking good, but if it's got some green in it, it's whatever. Let's focus on the $40 trillion of debt, the failure in Iran, the possible World War III about to break out between Ukraine and Russia over there and Europe. It's like, let's focus on stuff that actually matters and stop, also, by the way, like, for example, the viewer in here with the medical bills, like, that's out of control. It's like, let's focus on junk like that instead of the goofy pond.
Yeah, something else. Like if I'm not mistaken, let me check this here really quickly. Okay, so I'm just wanting to make sure here. I'm just checking. Because I've seen a clip, folks, of one time there were some foreigners here at the World War II Memorial, and they were actually like wading in the waters of the World War II Memorial here at this fountain. And it's like, if people can hang out in the water of the World War II Memorial, what the hell's the problem with being in the reflecting pool? It's like that's now an arrestable offense, but it's not to do that for the World War II Memorial. It's like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best we can, and we're on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Con 45, who puts in a 10, and thank you, Con, as well. He said, the Istanbul agreements were before Russia started losing the war and Ukraine was very weak. That ship has sailed, and no deal.
I would definitely agree with that, Con. I mean, the ship has sailed so long ago, it's unbelievable. And also, the Russians refused to even accept that deal. That's why the war kept going. So it's like the Russians can't revisit it now and be like, hey, actually, we're interested in that. It's like, no, no, no. They refused that. Now they got to deal with the situation as it is today, which is now well within Ukraine's favor. So I definitely agree with you on that one. So huge thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And the next one here goes to none other than Gary Bott, who puts in a 10. And Gary said, maybe we should do a fundraiser to buy Pootler fidget spinners, LSA.
Honestly, with how much he was fidgeting, I think that'd probably do him some good. But I'm not really a big fan of supporting that guy with anything. It's like, if he wants his fidget spinners, he can get them himself. You know what I mean? Dap me up on that? Dap me up. I think I'm right on that one. I don't know. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. But a big thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Daniel Pigon. And Daniel said, today's Wild World Cup fact, Ghana ranked 73rd in the world rankings and fought England, ranked 4th in the world rankings, to a 0-0 draw.
Oh, dang, that's crazy. That's actually kind of wild. And Matthew and me were actually thinking that the World Cup might affect our viewership tonight, but if anything, it looks like we did better than normal, so we were pretty happy with that. But a big thanks to you for your support and sharing that interesting fact about the World Cup with us. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Ghost Morn, and Ghost Morn said, thanks, Enforcers.
And thank you for supporting the channel so that we can keep this thing rolling. And we're greatly appreciative of it. We're massively appreciative of it, and we thank you for enjoying. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Ulf Hednar, who said, when Russia loses Crimea, how will Putin likely react? Also, the first president of Chechnya once stated, the Russian Empire will crumble when the Ukrainian sun rises. Rather prophetic words.
Honestly, that is rather prophetic. It's coming true in real time. That guy was a visionary. But also, I would say, I think that Putin will probably try and react and make it sound like it wasn't that big of a deal. If anything, they'll probably try and make it sound like, oh, it's actually, a coordinated withdrawal of our armed forces, to reorganize to focus entirely on the Donbass because that's really all we care about. They'll probably word it in some way to make it sound like they planned it because every failure they've ever had so far, they would come out and be like, actually, it wasn't a defeat. It was more so like we just decided to leave that area and give it up back to Ukraine. But we are going to fight to try and retake it because we actually want it. And they would word it along those lines. And I think that's probably what they do if they lost Crimea. I don't think they go nuclear. Like I think they threaten nuclear as an option quite a great deal, but in their actual aptitude to follow through with nuking Ukraine, I think that there's a very low percentage chance. But a big thanks to you for your support and help with this channel to keep it running. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Blind Man, who puts in a 10. He said, hello, enforcers in LSA, and couldn't last the 2 weeks. So here's some for the frozen pizza fund. And got to ask, since I was, but does the LSA have specific regiments in LLT LSA?
Hey, and a big thanks to you for the support. And generally, not quite. I have called like nations by brigades, like the USA Brigade, the Canadian Brigade of the LSA. And I've cut it up into brigades at the national level of like if you're in the US, you're a part of like the American Brigade, or you get to break it down by state for the United States because there's a lot of American viewers. And then each other country gets kind of like its own brigade if I've ever shouted it out like that. But we don't really have like an organized structure for the fan groups or the fan base here on the channel. It's just kind of whatever I'm able to or willing to throw out like, hey, big shout out to the British Brigade of the LSA. So I hope that does address that well. And also, thank you so much for the Frozen Pizza Fund. Frozen pizza. It's good. I would say out of all the pizzas that I've had out here in Utah, because there's a lot more variety out here, weirdly enough, than Alabama, I would say that my favorite one is probably Mountain Mike's Pizza. Like, out of all of them that I've had, and I've had quite a lot of pizzas out here in Salt Lake, I would say that Mountain Mike's is probably qualitatively the best. And Matthew, what do you think? What is your favorite pizza company out here?
I've only had one, and it is Mountain Mike's, and they're pretty solid. I will say I like them, but they're a little bit on the pricier side, a little bit. So I rarely ever get it, but when I do get it, it's pretty solid.
Yeah, that is true. They are pretty pricey. I don't get them often, but when I do, it's like a little treat because it's just so good. It's so tasty. But a big thanks to you for support, Blind Man, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $10 super chat from Game Theory who said, can we talk about the 64 call where LBJ told a tailor he needed more room for his boys and named his package Jumbo?
Oh, he didn't just name it Jumbo for that call. That was its name. Like, it was called Jumbo everywhere, even in the middle.
You ain't never seen like nothing like this before, have you?
Oh, I need a couple of inches of room down there. They cut me. And you know, that phone call, crazily enough, to give you a little bit of context, he was actually going, when he made that call, to J. Edgar Hoover's funeral when he made that call. Like, he was about to leave to go to it. Just to give you a little bit of context there, and he was making that phone call right before he went to the funeral. Kind of crazy. And he burped in the middle of it too, like very unpresidential behavior. But if y'all don't know, Lyndon B. Johnson, who was the president of the United States after the assassination of Kennedy, when he went from being vice president to president, and then he also got elected for, I believe, a term, he actually had this fascination with his junk. And he would call it Jumbo, and everybody who ever went in the White House was shown Jumbo. Like if you were like a staffer in the bathroom, like the restroom, like peeing in a urinal, he would come up, look at it, it's big, isn't it? Like he would do that to everybody. It was very freaky and bizarre and weird. But many people attested that he did that while he was the president to like literally anybody, man, woman. Didn't matter. He would just look at it like it's big, isn't it? It's like like honestly, I don't know how I'd handle that if I was there. I'd be like, what the hell's wrong with you? Like, I don't even care if I was a staffer. I think I just lose. I'd be like, the hell's wrong with you? You're freaked out, like messed up in the mind or something. That's just like weird to do to people. But a big thanks to your support, Game Theory, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here goes to Kerberos 3, who puts in a 10 as well. And thank you, Kerberos, once again. They said this person is just doing it for the love of the game at this point. I think they are. I think they're loving the game a lot. They're embracing their differences, I guess you could say, with this whole frog and pony trick they got going on outside this pond. The sad part is that person outside the pond is as obsessed as the president is about the pond. What does that tell us? But unfortunately, what say you?
Oh God! I mean, it doesn't tell us anything good. I'll tell you that. But beyond that, though, I do have to say that that person probably is doing it for the love of game. I think it was something satirical because with how little effort it was put into it, and it was just one person. I think it was someone who was just trying to poke fun at the whole pro-algae protesters thing. Because when I tried to look into it off air, I couldn't find a single pro-algae group out there, like an active pro-algae group that was like protesting or anything. And also, if they were protesting, wouldn't they be picketing out there and people would have pictures of them rather than the one frog person that showed up after the statement was made about the pro-algae people? I think they really were just doing it for the love of the game. And honestly, they got national attention doing it, so I guess it worked for them. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Raphael Philippe, who put in a 5. And thank you, Raphael, for that support. He said, I said it before and I'll say it again. Was I a bet man? I would bet in the Kamiansk vector for the counteroffensive, going straight to the neck of the beast.
Kamiansk? Hang on, look. Kamiansk. Oh, wait a minute. I think you're talking about Kamiansky. Down here in Zaporizhia, if I'm not mistaken. I was about to be like, Kamiansky. I was like, this place here? I was like, that's not even close to the front. But yeah, a Zaporizhia counteroffensive is definitely the go-to. Like, I really think that's the only place that they would go for, because anywhere else would be generally strategically pointless. So a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $13 support from Joe Hobo, and thank you, Joe, for that support as well. He said, my tinfoil hat tells me that Russia might get a cut of the $300 billion. I have tuned my tinfoil antennae to the top secret frequencies. Trust me, bro.
Oh, you have? Oh, well, I mean, I believe you if you say so. Well, maybe.
This is central control.
This is central control. Man, that guy was like huffing that computer duster, man. He was crazy.
Man, I like that in that little documentary they did about that dude right there. They panned the camera back to the people that were sitting there listening to him do that junk, and they were like sitting there like trying not to die laughing. They were trying to hold it in the whole time. Did you ever see that part?
No, I never saw that part. I just saw him do the thing, and I never saw the other part.
Yeah, man, it was like the producer and some other guy that was there with them was like trying not to laugh their asses off right for the guy's face when they were filming it.
Honestly, man, I don't know how they didn't, because if I was laughing my ass off, I wasn't even there. Dude, if I was there in person and someone unironically did that, dude, I would fall over laughing. Like, I would be dead on the floor. But beyond that, though, I would have to say, maybe they will, maybe they won't. Who's to say? We'll have to see, but America's not paying a cent to Iran. Meanwhile, we already are. But a big thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Jamali Hamilton, and thank you, Jamali, as well. He said, hello, enforcers. It's been reported that Ukraine's begun using their new domestically produced equalizer guided bombs, the CAB, on the front lines.
That's true, they actually have. There's not a lot of them, and I don't really have a lot of video proof of them, but I think we showed one of those last week, and it seemed to have been quite effective from what we could tell. So yeah, that's actually true. They have started to use those, and it's another Ukrainian innovation. Another innovation from a country that was supposed to collapse in a week. 4.5 years later. And so big thanks to you once again for the support, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Gary Schreiber, and Gary said, I wonder when the EMP test over Ukraine will happen.
The EMP test? You mean a nuclear detonation? Probably never. I would assume, at least, because I just don't really think the Russians actually have it in them to use a nuke on Ukraine, you know? Like, I just don't... Like, I might be proven terribly wrong at some point. I hope not. But I don't really think they have the aptitude to use one. I think the percentage chance of that is very low. Because using a nuke on Ukraine...
If you knew Russia was going to use a nuke on Ukraine, if they kept going, would you advise Ukraine to stop?
They really don't have a choice.
That's
I mean, they
a
have to
tricky
keep
one,
going.
isn't it?
Well, I mean, they have to keep going. I mean, like, it's not too tricky to me, because it's like, even if they do try and use a nuke on Ukraine, or they use one successfully, it's like they have to keep going. I mean, it's not really like they have an option. If they surrender, they basically are demilitarizing on top of that, and then they get invaded by the Russians a couple of years later. And so they basically meet their end there. And if they keep going and they get nuked, they might meet their end that way. So they really have no choice but to keep pressing forward. And so I would say they should just keep going, even if I knew that a nuke was inevitable. But I don't really think a nuke is inevitable. I think the percentage chance of that is low, because if they nuke Ukraine, what Russia has just admitted to the world and all of their people is that Ukraine was strong enough that they were beating us so badly that they were threatening us significantly enough that we had to nuke them. And I think that at that point, a lot of people in Russia are probably going to start to panic. A lot of people around the world would panic. And also that sort of a post-nuclear world of them using a nuclear weapon on Ukraine, that is not going to look good. Everybody who has a nuclear weapon at that point, except for Western countries, are going to be using their nuclear weapons to try and threaten the people around them and possibly nuke them out of the blue, because the Russians have just made that the case, and now it's going to be the survival of the most nuclear fittest country on the planet. And that would be a dangerous world for the Russians to live in. They wouldn't live long in it, because most people would probably get nuked in a world like that a couple of years in. And I think that's one of the big things that's stopping them from doing that, because if Putin nukes Ukraine, that's great. That isn't going to stop the nuclear weapon that the U.S. is going to fire at his head in the next year and a half when he tries to nuke the United States, because we end up getting in a confrontation that was unavoidable at that point, and now both sides are geared and prepped to know, well, the U.S. is geared and prepped to know the Russians could quite literally use a nuke on us at any minute. They proved that in Ukraine. They could do it to us now, and the U.S. might end up launching nukes because they think Russian nuclear weapons are inbound, and then the Russians end up getting wiped out along with us as a result. And that kind of a world is a very dangerous and short-lived one. So I hope that does address it the best I can, Gary, at least in my opinion. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a question from Carabos3, who puts in a 5. And Carabos said, into the enforcers are always right, Jar.
Hey, the big things here is support. And we, you know what, we ought to start a jar like that. We ought to start a jar like that, like publicly. You know, Matthew, that might be a good idea for Twitter. Like, get like a PNG of a jar and like slowly fill it up with coins each time we get like a foreign policy analysis correct, and remove a coin whenever we get anything wrong.
Honestly, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that would be pretty good, you know, because like we could highlight at that point how many times we get things wrong, how many times we get things right, and maybe even make a running percentage like statistic of how many foreign policy points or analysis that we've gotten correct and how many we've gotten wrong. So I hope that does address that well. And the big things, Steve, once again, for support and help this channel to keep them running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Octavian Timurasanu, and he said, I'm just doing my part to keep the show running, and you both do important work in LSA.
Hey, and the big things to your support and helping this channel to keep it running all the way from Romania, a great country. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it running. And so a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said, any update about UP merging into BNSF?
Oh, it's actually Norfolk Southern that they're trying to merge with. BNSF is like, as far as the railroads go, they have like little alliances that they work with, and CSX and BNSF are like best bros, and then Norfolk Southern and Union Pacific are like best buds, because they team up together. These two groups do, CSX and BNSF and UP and Norfolk Southern, to be able to transport container traffic and other railroad traffic transcontinentally, but throughout their separate systems. So far, I haven't really heard anything about it. Funnily enough, though, for some reason, Elon Musk yesterday said that SpaceX was like Union Pacific, like a very weird out of the blue reference. Like, I don't even know how like SpaceX relates to Union Pacific. It's like Union Pacific moves cargo. I know that SpaceX launches satellites, but that's not really like the cargo that the Union Pacific moves. Like the Union Pacific and the railroads move a nation. You know, Musk just moves satellites into orbit, which is great, but it's not like what the railroads do. So kind of a weird reference in that. But outside of that, though, I haven't really heard any more updates on the merger. I think that the Land Transportation Board's still looking it over again. Obviously, they had to resubmit it. They got rejected the first time. And I don't know how it's going to go. I know that the UP is glazing the president to, like, Kingdom Come. I mean, they literally made the 250s semi-quintennial unit with his name on it to try and garner some favor with him, considering that he could tell the Land Transportation Board to vote a certain way. So I don't know how it's going to go, but UP is trying hard to make it happen. That's all I can say. But a big thanks to your support and help with this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, big shout out to Kerberos3 once again, who put in the 10. We do appreciate that. He said, that's awesome. Interesting question about the nuke. In terms of, are there parallels between the USA and Japan in World War II?
Kind of in a way, sort of. But Japan, if we're talking about like the Russia-Ukraine situation, making a parallel between America and Japan, a parallel, like I don't really think a parallel would actually exist because if we're saying that Japan is Ukraine and the United States is Russia, really, it really wouldn't work too well, I don't think, because Ukraine is actually winning the war and really generally started to be on the upper hand side since the first year end. Japan was only on the upper hand side for the first opening months of the war, and then started to significantly degrade in their abilities over the next few years until they were completely defeated. So I guess if you said Russia was Japan, might work. But outside of that, I would say I don't think there is going to be a parallel because the U.S. didn't really know what the atomic bomb was going to do. That's also why we dropped them on Japan to see what it would actually do in a real combat environment. And that's the only reason why we dropped them. Everyone nowadays knows what they do and what they're capable of, and so that's also why I'd say with all the other contingencies involved, I don't think that's. I think that's the reason why the Russians wouldn't nuke Ukraine. But a big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one. Oh, and actually, we're on to the next one, which is a $10 from Khan. And Khan said, Russia has 11 nuclear power plants and 32 nuclear reactors. If Russia uses a nuclear weapon in Ukraine, with conventional weapons, Ukraine will take out the cooling towers on all 11 nuclear power plants. They could, but we don't really know if the Ukrainians would even be in the ability at that point to do that if the Russians nuked Ukraine, because we don't know what they would nuke and how many nuclear warheads they would use, because they might use more than one, and they might also use more than one missile. So they could try to do that, but it's a little bit uncertain if they would have the ability to respond at that point. But a big thanks to your support, Con, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a 5 from Eldar Tech Dragon, who said, how do you get these clips in near real time? Is there a social media site you monitor? And yeah, kind of actually. Matthew monitors Twitter most of the day. I get on there intermittently and repost stuff, but the bulk of my work comes from taking everything that Matthew's reposted from his browsing through the day, and then taking all of that, taking the most important parts of it, and then putting it down on the map and adding a slight description, a location to it, and everything else. So generally it's Twitter that we monitor the most. Sometimes we do monitor Reddit, although that's very rarely done in real time these days. Back in the day, that used to be the bread and butter place to watch in real time, but nowadays, because we've changed a lot of how we gather our open source intelligence, it's mostly Twitter. And so a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Toxic Pineapple. And thank you, Toxic Pineapple, as well, for that support. They said, hello, Enforcers, longtime fan and a new Patreon member. And thank you, by the way. They said, I come bearing bad news. Our local Costco is undergoing renovations, and a rotisserie will be down for 11 months. What should I do? LLT, LSA.
Oh, down for 11 months? What are you gonna do? How are you gonna eat? You're gonna starve. I'm just kidding, by the way. I would say, I don't really know. I don't really know of any alternatives to Costco rotisserie chicken. I mean, there's Walmart rotisserie chicken, but I don't know if that's like good quality stuff. I would assume it probably is. I mean, a lot of people do get it, but I guess Walmart is the alternative. That's the only one I can think of that does rotisserie chicken. I don't think Publix or anyone else did that. So yeah, I think it's just Walmart, really. But a big thanks to you for support and hope the show to keep on running. And I hope that does address that well, Toxic Pineapple. Great question. And thank you so much for being a Patreon member and a longtime fan. We greatly appreciate you for that. And we thank you for being here and enjoying the show. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $5 support from Honey Badger. And Honey Badger said, how has Ukraine intelligence successfully expanded its sabotage and cyber operations inside of Russian territory?
That would generally be classified to the point that we wouldn't really know a lot about it. Every once in a while, they give a glimpse to the public, and we do cover that whenever it comes out, but they never really get deeply involved in explaining how it works, because that would give away trade secrets, basically, to the Russians of how they're doing it, and then that would make it easier for the Russians to break it apart and try and bust it up. So, sadly, we don't really know enough. I don't know enough about it myself to speak on it with a great deal of knowledge, but a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Blind Man, who said, the last one, do you still have that link to the Ukrainian database that captured equipment that went live? And you covered it a few days ago in LLT LSA. And we do with that system is publicly like accessible. At least the website is the landing page, but you can't actually access the database as a normal person. You either have to be in the U.S. defense industry or somebody that's of a qualified nature to get into it. And Ukraine determines who's qualified or not. So sadly, us normal folks, we can't see it. But Enforcer, what say you?
Us plebeians don't have access to it, sadly. We don't have a link to share on that one, unfortunately. But if you do want to get involved in contracting for the Department of Defense, you might get access to it, maybe. But then that just depends on you getting the right contract. But a big thanks to you for your support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Morgan. They said, thank you, Morgan, for that 5. Excuse me, by the way. I'm over here coughing, folks. Also, by the way, folks, I had to disappear for a minute. I had to go get a little bit of Advil. A little sudden headache whacked me from the side. But Morgan said, name the first war movie that pops into your head.
Oh,
Gomer Pyle.
Paths of Glory. That would be my first one that pops into my noggin. A lot of y'all might remember that one. That was from the 1960s, I believe, early 1960s. Very interesting movie. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Morgan Freeman. We appreciate you for being here, by the way. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from David Kendall, who said, ribbit, croak.
Croak! That's what Putin's about to be doing with that stress he's under. But beyond that, a big thanks to your support. Now with this channel to keep on running, and a big ribbit to you. A big ribbit to you. We thank you for being here. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from David Ford. He said, the Battle of New Orleans involved a call-up. One of my French ancestors, who was a merchant in the French Quarter, answered Jackson's call.
That's true, actually. That's true. There was actually a decent amount of militia there. There's actually a lot of militia in most early American wars, present in most battles, or state militia that were then raised and then sent on. I just find it so interesting, though, how in the modern day, like, people look at it as like, oh, the militia should be created by anybody. It's like, no. It's like, in no militia act of any era, the first militia act of the country being in 1792, did it ever say that any, like, Tom, Dick, and Harry can raise a militia of their own in the United States? Like, it never existed as a thing. It had to be raised by the governor of the state, and then the governor had to appoint a captain of the militia, or it actually just organized the whole militia from the ground up and, have them called to a muster station and all that. Like, there's a whole deal that's involved with it. And it's really interesting how some people these days, they say the Second Amendment exists to overthrow the government. It's like, it doesn't. Like, if you know what the Second Amendment is for, which is for the national militia, which is specifically laid out by the Founding Fathers. I mean, they wrote it extensively on why the Second Amendment exists. And for some reason, people act like it's an enigma why they wanted that, It's like, no, it's not. It's like they literally wrote about it extensively, like all of them did. And you read about it, it's like, okay, so they wanted it so that way people could arm themselves to protect the nation and the state particularly, because back then the state was looked at as more important of an entity than the nation in a concept. Because nationalism didn't exist back then, by the way. That's a fact that a lot of people don't really think about when they think about the founding of America, is that people didn't really look at themselves as Americans. They looked at themselves as Pennsylvanians or New Yorkers or Virginians. They didn't really look at themselves as Americans. America was just a group they were in, but they had more allegiance to their state than the nation. But a big thanks to you for your support and help with the channel to keep running. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have 5 from Game Theory, who said, can Matt code an auto map posting to help? And I could, like, I'm able to do different things when it comes to like software and stuff like that at an amateur level. But the catch is this: when you do stuff that's like involving like software companies like software and things like that, you typically have to pay them for it in API calls and stuff like that. So every time you like request information like from different platforms, you have to pay for it. So it can get costly if you're doing a lot of those over and over and over. So that would mainly be the problem, is it would get costly. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, it would get costly, sadly. And also on top of that, if it auto posts on the map, I don't really have like a human say in or input on what goes on the map and what doesn't. And so that might affect the quality of what we're covering. And also, it really would make it basically to where I'm in the dark. Like, it would cut down on my work hours a lot, but then I'd get on air and I'd basically be flying blind and I wouldn't even know what I'm really talking about. So sadly, it's something that we can't automate because I have to look over. Like, it's just a part of the work process. Everything that's on the map before the show, read it, put it on the map, be conscientiously aware of where it is and what part of a story it plays, to be able to know where to go on air and what to say and what to think and what to analyze. It's a very keystone part of the work that I do here on the show. So even if Matthew
Actually,
could,
I actually created an automatic map system like that. Like, I actually created one, but like I said, the problem was like I had to do a whole bunch of API calls to Twitter and Reddit and Telegram and stuff like that, and that started racking up quickly. And I was like, oh man, I'm like, if I keep this running right here, where it auto populates stuff on a map where we can like analyze it and not have to do any work manually, this is going to start costing a hell of a lot more money than this thing's worth, honestly.
yeah, like it really would. And also on top of that, folks, I mean, like I kind of got to know what I'm able to talk about too before a show. So it's like even if we could do that, there's a limitation of I kind of need to know what I'm saying before I get on show. Because if an AI is doing that, an AI might as well be doing my job on air. Because a lot of what I do off air makes it possible for me to get on air and literally talk endlessly without even taking a breath on everything that happened in the world for 2.5 hours straight. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, Game Theory. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Remember the Good Times, who puts in a 2 and said, happy Wagner coup anniversary and love from Malaysia.
Hey, and today was the Wagner coup, actually. Today in history, 3 years ago, the Wagner coup started and basically ended. A crazy reality to think that was 3 years ago. I remember covering that in real time, and I can still remember that vividly like it was yesterday, and that was 3 years ago. Crazy how much time has passed since then. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Plazath, and a huge shout out to Plazath for that support, as always. And we also have a 2 from the Nordics. He said, love you here a bunch.
Hey, and thank you so much for the kind words. And we love to have everybody here. We love to have everybody here, the Nordics. We're greatly appreciative of everybody who's here and still enjoying the show this late in the night. And speaking of late in the night, whew, we're overtime tonight. Like, we've been going overtime a lot these days, but with good purpose. There's a lot of news and a lot of questions and interesting things to talk about. And so, folks, with that in mind, it is time for us to get our Morse code decoders of the stream and to also get 3 live chat questions for the night. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
So jumping right into our Morse code decoders, we have our entire roster. Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroic Fluffness, Kush, Comateric Sire, and Brian. They said the Morse code said Russia is having a rough go at it with how they can defend a single acre. Rough. LLT, LSA.
And and that's the sound of money. Y'all hit that down on the nail. Y'all get that correct. Oh, man. I got to say, I'm absolutely impressed and enthralled to know that the least experienced student core never gets a Moscow message incorrect. Y'all get them right time and time again, blowing people away with your abilities. And we're extremely grateful to have you folks here enjoying the stream and deciphering the Moscow messages. And so humongous thanks to y'all once again, at least being on a signal core for getting that correct. And with that, we're on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Littlefoot. He said, will Belarus remove the repeaters on the border before Ukraine has to do something?
I don't think that they are, actually. It looks like they're not. That's stupid for them, but maybe they have a larger plan or some sort of a goal here with not removing the repeaters, maybe. So sadly though, it doesn't look like they'll be meeting the deadline, at least right now. They only have 2 more days left, and they haven't really moved an inch on removing the repeaters, and that's what's making me think that they're probably not going to do it at all. So with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to AF Kaplan, who also has a question about the repeaters. He said, can the repeaters in Belarus be taken down by cyber, or are they analog in nature? And the repeaters, I have a very basic working knowledge of how that system works. Basically, it's just an amplifier, really. It extends the range of the signal that's already heading to the drone from the launch point. It simply extends it so that way the drones can fly farther into Ukraine, and Belarus is being the host of those repeaters right now. So there's really no way cyber attack wise you could take those down because they're simple radio repeaters, but you could jam them because any radio signal, if you overwhelm it with a opposing radio signal, you can jam it. But the catch is though, you'd have to jam the entire border where the repeaters are at, which might be a little bit complicated, costly, etc. So that's my understanding of it. You can jam it, but you really can't cyber attack it. But Enforcer, what say you?
Honestly, your understanding of it would be about as good or better than mine, so I hope we answered that well. And we actually have one more super chat here to get to before the final question of the night. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And this one goes to Game Theory. And thank you, Game Theory, for that 5. And they said, last comment, Matt, I think you have a headache because you're hungry. Go get an In-N-Out burger. Also, thank you for Game Theory for that. I don't know why. I mean, this was a very sudden headache. Like, it came on in the last 20 minutes. It hit me out of the blue. I thought I smelled gas a second ago, like natural gas, but I don't smell that. Yeah, I don't smell that anymore. So I know people are like, oh, be careful. I checked everything, like the stove's off, everything like that. So it's not that problem. I don't know what it is, honestly. I don't know if it's the smoke outside that's getting to me or something, but it's going away now that I took an Advil. Like, it's starting to sort of subside a little bit. But it's just like a sudden one, real sudden. Like I don't like headaches. It makes me angry.
Man, it might be a gas leak. You know, behind the stove is kind of like dark back there. I light a match and look back there and see if there is a gas leak.
He's trying to do me down. Funny story, by the way, since we have a minute. When we were younger, our grandmother lived in the very, very backwoods of Mississippi in a small town called Shibuda. It's very backwoods. If you've ever been there, it's like it's out in the middle of literally nowhere. Like if you imagine like scary Mississippi, middle of nowhere, it's kind of like a little bit, kind of like lawless a little bit. That's basically where it is to a certain degree. And our grandmother lived way down a country road. So when we were young, we used to go out there and go visit her and stuff like that with our mother. So one time we went out there, and my grandmother hadn't been in the house for a minute, and we were taking her back home. We got out there in the middle of the night, went in the house. She unlocked the door, and it was a very old house, kind of mildew smelling and stuff like that, out in the middle of nowhere with a farm behind it. So we went inside, and I think I was like 10 years old or something like that. I was like, I hear gas. And my mom said, oh, no, you don't. So my grandmother goes to flick on a light and the power's out. So she's like, oh, well, we need to turn on a light or something like that. Nobody had a flashlight. She's like, let me go grab a match and a candle. So I said, I hear gas. So I walked up to the back of the stove and I said, I hear it right here. I heard the gas like hissing behind the stove. So my mother finally walked over and took me seriously. Yeah, my mother finally walked over and listened to it. She's like, wait, don't light the candle. Don't light it. So my grandmother's like grabbing the candle, about to light the candle. If she would have done that, what she was about to do in like 3 seconds, the whole house would have gone up like a huge bomb if she'd have done that. We'd have been dead. So we were 3 seconds away from getting killed in that house. So once we determined that, nobody touched anything. Everybody gingerly walked out of the house, walked back out to the car, backed out the driveway, and at that point, I think maybe they called somebody at that point. I'm not sure who, but we were that close to being finished.
I remember you could smell that stuff clear as day too. Like I remember, like you were like, I hear gas, and both you and me were like, I was like younger than Matthew, by the way. If he was 10, I was like 8. And I was like, yeah, I can smell it. And honestly, like, what was weird is that the gas, because it kind of mixed with, like, the mildew smell in the place, it, like, smelled like that laughing gas at, like, the dentist, but it had, like, that gassy-ish kind of tinge to it, sort of. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. They add a smell to it, by the way. Like the gas companies intentionally add an additive to the gas, the natural gas, to make it have a smell so that we'll detect it. Normally, natural gas is odorless, like you can't smell it, but they add something to it so that way you can. I was just lucky enough to know that something was wrong, and luckily, even back when I was 10 years old, I was like determined, like nobody was going to tell me I was wrong if I felt like I was right about something. So luckily, I insisted on it because nobody was really taking me seriously when I said it the first time. And I went and investigated myself. Like I was 10 years old, wandering around a old mildew house in the middle of Mississippi at midnight, like talking about I smell gas. It's like, thank God I did, because if we didn't, we'd have probably been like cooked like the Russians, like you see in some of these trucks.
Man, I mean, there was a lot of crazy stuff that happened out there at that house. There was the guy that
Oh
tried
yeah.
to rob the leaf blower and got shot at,
Oh,
and there
yeah,
all those
yeah, there was a
crazy
shootout out
stories.
there too. Yeah, there was a shootout. I won't go into too much detail about this. And I think it's way past statute of limitations for them anyway, but I still won't say too much here. But there was a dude that tried to steal a blower off my grandmother's back porch as well in the middle of the night too. Dude was like wandering out there trying to steal a leaf blower. So all we hear is my grandmother starts screaming bloody murder, like about the dude. She spotted him trying to steal the blower. So the dude goes running off to the backyard with the blower. So this dude pulls up. I won't say too many details. This dude pulls up who happens to live in the area and hears my grandmother screaming bloody murder. And I think he thought something else had happened. So he jumps out of his minivan with his
Does
wife.
a roll like the
Does
minivan
a
was
roll, by
moving.
the way. Does a roll out of the minivan and unloads the mag into this dude's truck that's trying to steal the blower. Just unloads it. Windows busted out, gunshots going off all over the place. Where everybody's jumping on the floor, diving for cover. This is out in the middle of nowhere, by the way. This is happening. Also, by the way, the guy who jumped out of the minivan happens to be a Navy SEAL, so that's also adding to the mix as well. This dude who took care of the situation right here. He also caught the dude later at the Walmart and had a word with him later. Because he escaped, by the way. This dude was trying to steal the blower. He escaped, but the fellow recognized the guy's car at Walmart later on and had a word with him. And let's just put it this way: he never tried to steal anything ever again.
Oh
So
man.
that's backwoods Mississippi for you.
That was crazy, man. Or you remember watching that out the window? Like you remember looking out the window and he did like the combat roll out of the minivan. Literally, folks. I gotta recreate the whole part of the story. So the guy had run away with a leaf blower, which was still in a box, like it was an electric leaf blower or something like that. So he's running down the street at full speed. And our grandmother is on like the driveway walking down towards this country road, and she's shouting the name of the guy who's in the minivan. I can't say his name, but Matthew and me remember it vividly. So anyways, the minivan is rolling up into their place, which is across the street. He flings open the back sliding door to this minivan, jumps out and does a combat roll. While he's rolling, he whips out the pistol mid-combat roll. And so when he flips back up, he's already got it at the ready position to fire. And you just see in the middle of the night, like there's like this little like street light thing. You remember that, Matthew? Like there would be the street light a little bit further down towards the cow
Yeah.
pasture on the road, and you could see that, but he was just right outside of that light, so you could kind of see like his back lit up by the light, and then you just saw a pop pop, and his face is getting lit up by the pistol fire, like the flash of the muzzle at this guy's truck, and then you just hear the truck go. Like peeling off down the road, and then it was like this whole deal afterwards. And by the way, to let you all know how far off in the country it was an hour and a half before the police even arrived. Like the call was made in the middle of that whole deal going on, and the police still arrived an hour and a half later.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of lawless out there to a certain degree because the police aren't going to arrive in time if something bad happens. Like when you're that far out in the middle of nowhere like that, like you're on your own. Like if that dude would have returned fire and gotten into a gunfight with the dude that rolled out of the minivan, I mean, we'd have been at that point in a fight for survival at that point if it had turned into a gunfight because the police aren't coming out for a while. So you're screwed at that point unless you're willing to defend yourself. But yeah, thankfully though, highly trained fellow jumped out of the minivan, took care of the situation. So now granted, would that have been justified in the court of law? Probably not. But I think he thought something else worse was happening because he heard our grandmother screaming bloody murder out in the driveway. So I think he thought something much worse had happened.
Like she was running down the driveway screaming like someone had been killed. Like honestly, like that's what it sounded like. Like even thinking back about how she sounded, like I can understand why he rolled out, did a combat roll, and started shooting because it sounded like from how she was screaming, someone had been killed up in the house, and this person was running off after killing someone. I mean, it was a crazy deal that happened. I mean, there was a lot of crazy stuff that happened out in Mississippi in the very little time so we went out there.
Also the creepy stuff too. Like there was a lot of creepy stuff happening out there in the middle of the woods too. Like seeing stuff like out there, like it was like when it turned dark out there, like it was actually dark. Like you walk outside and it's like
Pitch
no
black.
light anywhere.
Dark as
Like
the
it's
night,
actually
yeah.
dark. And you got these woods all around you. It's kind of a little bit kind of creepy to a certain degree out here in the middle of nowhere. Also, absolutely abhorrent things happened out there, like, decades ago. Like, y'all can go back and read about that kind of stuff. Horrible, like, history out there in the backwoods of Mississippi about what happened. So it's kind of really just a creepy area. I never really cared for going out there, to be honest. It was interesting, but Well, it's really weird looking back about it. We've kind of been through some weird stuff in our life for everybody to think we've lived a very sheltered
One
life.
second, man. My headset just died.
No, all I
Let me
heard was
charge
something
this real
just
quick.
died. I
Hang on,
wasn't
folks.
sure what he just
We
said.
weren't supposed to be on air long enough for that.
He's replacing his batteries, I guess, or something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah, the headset literally just died. Man, if we had rounded out the stream just a little bit earlier, that wouldn't have happened on air. But what were you saying?
I was just repeating what we'd already said.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, like, Mississippi out in the country, folks, I mean, that is a wild place. There's basically nobody living out there, too. It's very uninhabited. Like, I'll say that. So a lot of crazy stuff would happen. Maybe another time we'll be able to tell y'all some more of the stories of Mississippi. But anyways, with that, it is time for us, I believe, at this point, to move on to the next one, the next super chat.
Yeah, this one goes to Irish Ed here. He puts in a 10. He said Benjamin Franklin was the OG of the founding fathers and so many things he was into.
Yeah. I mean, like, so many things he was into. I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can take it, and all of those would be true. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Bruland, who said, good morning from Norway and NATO allies, Midwest and Pacific Northwest family ties, standing with Ukraine, and shotgun hunting, pump, or a semi-auto.
Oh, really, it's just up to preference, really, because like, if you're hunting with a shotgun, you probably won't need like a semi-automatic. I mean, it's really up to preference at that point. A pump action would be fine. A break open's fine, really, for the most part. But if you just want to have an ease of shooting, semi-auto is a pretty easy thing to shoot. It's really just up to preference at that point, what you would like, as far as like how traditional you'd like to be or how simplistic you'd like it to be. It's really just more up to preference at that point. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, Bruland. Great question, by the way. And a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel keep running all the way from Norway, a beautiful country. And so with that, folks, it's time for us to move on and into the final question of the night. And so who was like the last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is going to be none other than David Kendall. He said, do you think soon women and children will get priority evacuating Crimea and men will be left behind?
It might happen. We're not really sure how the Russians are going to handle the humanitarian situation in Crimea. They might just leave everyone there and deny that anything's happening at all, or they might eventually announce an evacuation after things are unavoidably bad and then try and get people out of there. If they do get people out of there, they're probably just going to evacuate people en masse. Considering that Russia is a post-Soviet country, they really don't make any discernments about women and children first, like the Birkenhead drill. And so they'll probably just pack up anyone and everyone that's willing to get on a bus or a train or whatever's left and get them on out of there. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for a great question there to round out tonight's stream. And with that, folks, we thank you all so much once again for watching. Over the course of 4 hours and 6 minutes, 119,500 people have watched this channel, and we have had a peak viewership of almost 18,000 people here tonight. I've got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative of each and every single one of y'all having been here and watched the show, and we hope to see you all tomorrow, as we'll be covering the next 24 hours of the news from around the world, and if there is a short war video to be made, I'll be the one making that short war video. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Ram Slava, long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, a huge shout out to you all for joining us once again, the over 120,000 people that were here. And we hope to see you all tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern for the next Nightly War News stream, and also maybe for a short war video if there is enough news to cover midday tomorrow. But in the meantime, though, it's time for me to get off of here and go lay on the floor and pretend like I don't have a headache. But we'll see you all tomorrow, though, in the meantime. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.